Hey, welcome y'all to Game Day with Heavy Cardboard, where we teach, play, and discuss medium and heavy strategy board games, war games, 18xx, other train games. Tonight we're featuring a game about families in Victorian England, Obsession, designed by Dan Halligan and published by Kayenta Games. So welcome everybody watching live around the world, as well as after the fact. I'm your host, Edward Euler. You guys know these folks at this point.
I'm Jess.
Chris.
Martin.
All right, before we get started, big thanks to all our patrons, help make this possible. Seriously, without patrons, this ain't happening. So thank you to those local as well as all of y'all out there. Special shout out to Michelle Cobb. Say thank you for being a patron and supporting the show. So Obsession. Usually people of our age, one of two things comes to mind. Either the song from the 80s or the cologne from also the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
However, this is about Victorian England. And when I reached out to the local group to say, hey, who was interested in this, I actually didn't give you a choice as our resident Englishman. I thought it's so appropriate that you would be here tonight, Martin. So it should be a lot of fun. We've all played it at least once, if not more. Gonna take the chat down, take the cameras down, and I think we're ready to go.
Yes.
You ready? Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go ahead and head to it. So, Martin, take it away, good sir.
Changes are afoot in Derbyshire, England, where four families, all possessed of eligible young gentlemen and ladies, find themselves embroiled in romance and intrigue during a time of optimism. Fortune has recently smiled on these somewhat neglected estates, families with respectable histories that endured hard times in the late 18th century. Now in the mid-19th, the families Asquith, Cavendish, Ponsonby and York have coincidentally come into new sources of income and are intent on improving their country estates and restoring their failing reputations. The inflow of funds is modest, but there is a new optimism abroad in southern Derbyshire.
I really shouldn't have had him read that. Now it sounds so that the peasantry here having to follow that. All right, thank you.
Trust me, I'm very much the peasantry.
But the accent says otherwise, right? All right, so in Obsession, players' objective is to renovate a neglected country estate, rehabilitate the family's tarnished reputation, and improve the prospects of eligible children, with the ultimate goal being to restore the family's standing amongst the Derbyshire social elite, which is essentially measured in victory points. And those points being on a score pad at the end of the game. So what are you guys looking at? First off, you'll notice that there's a handful of boards that we're going to be playing on tonight. Tonight, the Obsession, or the main board here. We have Servants for Hire. We have Under Butlers, when these are available, which they are not available quite yet. So we're actually going to put them off to the side like so. There are Footmen, which are the white ones. We have Valets, which are green. And we have Ladies' Maids, which are purple. Then we have the objective cards. The objective cards are endgame goals or scoring cards. Then up above, we have casual guests, the casual guest display, as well as the casual guest deck, marked by the single fleur-de-lis. And then we have prestige guests, which are the double fleur-de-lis, as well as this deck, as well as down below here. Then we have the builder's market, which has the improvement tiles, as you can see down there, which we've already drawn for the start of the game. Then over on the Adderley Hall board, or the round track board, we have the round track around the outside. We are going to be playing the extended play for tonight's game. More on that here in a little bit. Then in the top left corner, we have the theme cards. In the top right corner, we have the victory point cards. And then we have Charles and Elizabeth Fairchild, which are a couple of folks that we may be trying, or we're going to be fighting over to gain the fancy of, if you will. Then off board, as you can see over on the left-hand side, we have the bank. We're going to be dropping the zeros so that whenever we gain 200 pounds or 200 quid, we're just going to gain 2 quid, just for simplicity's sake. Then we have the casual guest display, as I mentioned, off board, the prestige guest display off board here, and we have the draw bag that's filled with various improvement tiles. Then over on the player tableaus, we have a player board, as you can see, and really it's kind of two different boards. We have one board here and we have a second board here, but they're all kind of pushed together like so. So everybody has an asymmetric starting bonus for each family. I am the Asquith family, and my family bonus is shown here. Everyone has a different one. We will go over those before we begin play this evening. There is the reputation track over here, the current reputation level based on the reputation track orbit. So it has not made an orbit. It starts at 1 reputation and can go all the way up to a maximum, and these are double-sided as such. Then there is the turn order player aid, which shows the order of play in a given turn. There are special actions that can be taken on a player's turn as well. Then the activity space. The activity space here is where a chosen activity will go when it's the chosen action this round. Players may or may not need a reminder token as the game goes on. Then there is the servants track down below that. All servants start in the available service space here. We have a blue butler. We have a housekeeper in red. We have the aforementioned footman, valet, and lady's maid as well. So that is everyone's starting servants. Then as you expend service, they're going to take time to be able to get and be available again. Then down below that, there is the country estate improvements as shown here. There are 5 types of improvements. There are essentials, service, estate, prestige, and sporting. You'll notice also that the tiles themselves also say that. So as play advances, we're going to be gaining more and more of these tiles. We may actually just remove this just to save screen space as we go along, and players may also want to do so if they have a smaller table, so it'll save a little bit of space as well. These tiles are the player's choice of various activities in a given round. Then they also have a hand of cards, which these hand of cards are made up with their family member cards, as well as some others that they have drawn to start the game. And there are some objective cards here, and I'll go over more of those here in a little bit. I want to point out and remind everybody that we are playing the extended game as well as the expert variant, which considerably reduces the randomness of the game as suggested by the designer for our audience. So makes sense. So there we go. So how do you play the game? The game is divided into 4 seasons, with each season divided into rounds. There are standard rounds followed with a courtship event to close out the season. Before a season can begin with the first player, in our case it's rounds 1, 6, 11, and 16 in our extended game, a courtship theme card will be revealed. Players will attempt to win the seasonal courtship by scoring the most victory points on tiles of the same theme category. And in fact, we can go ahead and flip the first one for the start of the game to be able to show everybody. So the prestige tiles are the ones that are only going to count for the first season. Then each player in clockwise order will execute 1 standard turn per game round. After the last player has executed their turn, the pawn is advanced on the round track. Continue this until a white courtship space is reached. This is a special round in which no activities will take place. Instead, players simply evaluate the seasonal courtship. Then the first player marker is passed clockwise. We're using the challenge coin. And a new season begins. After the 4th season is complete, victory points are tallied. Whoever has the most points wins. So let's go over what happens in a standard turn. Here we go. So first off, you have 2 options. You have to pass or to take a standard turn. I'll go through passing at the very end of this. So let's go through a standard turn. Step 1, and you can see as such here, is rotate service. Then the second is host activity. The third is invite guests. The 4th is provide service. The 5th, enjoy favors. And finally, the 6th is to clear the board. So let's go ahead and start with rotate service. We're going to move servants 1 space to the right. So if I have used, say, my butler here at the beginning of my turn, he will advance to the servants' quarters. If he was already in the servants' quarters, he would then advance to the available service. Only servants in the available service space are available to be used in a given turn. So if I have something like this, only these 2 are available on a given turn. That is going to dictate what actions and what activities a player can take on their turn. Obviously, this is going to be skipped in the first round as all the servants are in the available service space for all players. So, step 1, rotate service, easy enough. Step 2, host activity. Each improvement tile represents a room or outside space on a player's estate. On each tile, in white, is listing what activity hosted in that space. It's basically a flavor text for what it is that you're going to be doing. So on the bowling green, you're going to be playing bowls. In the front parlor, possibly playing whist. Afternoon tea in the main gazebo, so on and so forth. You're going to choose an activity to host by placing that tile on the activity space on the player board. So for instance, let's say I choose to plan the village fair. So I would actually place this up here in the activity space here. And the servant indicated must be available to be used. So we place the servant that it calls for. It calls for the butler. So the butler will then go on to the activity to show that he is being used for the host activity. Simple enough. First 2 steps, really easy. Scoot over, pull one up. All right, good. Step 3 is invite guests. The activity on the improvement tile indicates which guests may be invited to partake in the given activity. So it's listed just above the box that shows which servant is required. This shows that it requires the butler and 2 family members. So let's go over the anatomy of a gentry card first and foremost. So taking a look here at Charles, the Viscount Pemberley. Gentry cards are all of the large cards. Gentry are referred to as people of good social position just below nobility. So every card that is the larger card, not these smaller objective cards, all of the larger cards are considered gentry. All family and guest cards, so for instance, a guest card versus a family card, okay? The top left number is the minimum reputation value a player can have to invite the guest to an activity. Also shows either as a family member, here we have the family crest, versus a number. So if it shows the family crest, we're going to treat that as a 1. A casual guest has a 1 on it. A prestige guest will have 2 fleur-de-lis and have a larger number that ranges from 3 to 6 on it as well. The top right number is endgame victory points, so 2 victory points here, none for this fine fellow, 2 for that one, etc. The bottom left indicates any servants that may be required, so you'll notice that neither of these 2 require any kind of servants, whereas this gentleman requires a valet to attend him in addition. And then the bottom right is the reward that the guest provides when they take part in the activity. So £100 British, or possibly 1 reputation, 3 reputation, etc., etc. And we'll go over more of these as come along. The text in the middle usually is flavor text, but if there is something in the bottom right-hand corner that has an asterisk, such as Lady Eleanor Chesterton, she has a little asterisk on this. So the asterisk then says there may be some kind of prerequisite to be able to gain that reward, okay? Any questions on the anatomy of a gentry card? Okay, so if a card or a tile says 2 family or possibly 2 gentry, so for instance, if I had played this card here, it would then require a footman. 2 gentry refers to any 2 cards in your hand, whereas 2 family members, well, they must specifically be 2 family members, so I could not play this card as it does not have a family crest, where, however, I could play something along the lines of that since I have 2 family members, okay? If it said 2 gentry, any 2 cards from a player's hand can be played. However, you'll notice that this tile right here has a number on it. All of these have some sort of number, and as the game progresses, there may be tiles with larger numbers on them. Those refer to the reputation marker that is shown on a player's board. You cannot play a number here that is larger than a number here. This is a minimum value that it must exceed, match or exceed. The same goes for various gentry, this being the exact same as that which this must meet or exceed, okay? So that is the ability to invite guests. Any questions on inviting guests?
Nope.
All right, moving on now to step 4, which is providing service. If there are any servants that are required, and moving on, let's say instead I had played, we're going to manipulate some things just for a better example here. If I had played the footman, requires 2 gentry to be played, and that is not a voluntary thing. You must play 2 gentry, meaning 2 cards from your hand. At this point, provide service. This gentleman does not need any service, whereas Miss Anne Harlow does require the service of a lady's maid. So then she must be attended. If she is not available, due to being possibly in the servants' quarters like so, I cannot play this card. That is really, really important. Okay? Oh. What?
The housekeeper can act as a backup for a lady's maid.
True. So if that were the case, here, these 2 are kind of jacks of all trades. Notice the higher standing. Physically, they're a little bit taller. They can replace they can do the lower jobs if need be. So in this case, the housekeeper could also supplant. So in that case, providing service is as simple as placing that down onto the card. All right. Again, if the available servant or servants are not available, that gentry card cannot be played. Moving on to step 5, enjoy the favors with an extraneous you. The benefits resulting from the activity and the attending gentry are now enjoyed. These come in the form of 3 different types. First off, we have income. So the amount shown in pounds or in quid, however you want to call it. Then there may be reputation, which are the lion symbols. And there may also be fleur-de-lis symbols, which are invitations to new guests or possibly the dismissal of other guests, like so. So, invite guests or dismiss a guest. So this shows a fleur-de-lis over top of a wastebasket. I think it's good. That suits, right? Exactly. All right, so the favors are acquired in the following order. So, first off, let's say we had something along the lines of these 2 gentry did not require any servants. There we go. So now we get to enjoy favors. The favors are acquired in this order. The total money from all sources from the bank. It is possible, you'll notice that some tiles provide some amount of money, meaning this would be 300 pounds. There is none here, whereas that will get me the option or the availability to be able to invite a prestige guest. But in order, we go total money. So here we could either get money or reputation. Let's say I choose the money. I would get a total of 200 quid. So that would then come here into my tableau. Then total reputation listed on all sources. And we move the reputation marker 1 space clockwise on the track. So I definitely would get 1, but if I chose to get the money instead, I would not get that one. So I would just get 1 reputation there. Each time the reputation marker travels from the 5 to the 1, this gets upgraded to the next level of reputation, so that now in the future, if I had acquired, say, a tile like the smoking room that requires a reputation level of 2 for it to become an active activity, now I could be able to play it. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yes.
All right. It is possible to lose or spend reputation. If I were to ever drop back over, then I would drop down like such if I ever cross that threshold going the other direction as well. But total money, then total number of reputation going back, I had gained 1, and then befriend or dismiss gentry as indicated on all sources, and all kept cards are shown. So there are no secrets in Derbyshire society. So right here, I am not acquiring any new guests, but I do up here. So this is pretty simple. So the main gazebo with afternoon tea says that I can invite 1 prestige guest. In the expert game, you have a display of prestige guests as well as casual guests. Normally, it's draws off the top of the deck, or mystery meat, as we call it. Whereas in the first part of this game, you have a choice of casual up here or the deck, and prestige or from down here in the open display. So if I do not wish to have any of these, I then could choose this card like so. And if I do so, I must show everybody in the game, hey, I have now, I have a guest in my hand, which is Margaret Viscountess Brisbane.
Viscountess.
Viscountess Brisbane. There we go. So she would immediately go into my hand of cards, but again, I could not even play her or have her take part in an activity until my reputation meets or exceeds that number being 4. Okay? Now, if I were to dismiss a guest, this would happen at the same time. So, if so, then this says draw 2 casual guests, choose 1, discard the other to the bottom of the deck. Whereas if I chose to dismiss, if I dismiss a guest, sorry, you're stuck with your family, so you can't dismiss them. It may be a guest who attends the current activity. So for instance, if for whatever reason these I'd played, I could dismiss this gentleman. You can dismiss from what you've played, from your discard pile, or from your hand of cards, as long as it's not family members, okay? Notice you do this in a particular order. You get money, you get reputation, then guests are either invited or dismissed, meaning I still would get his £100 before dismissing him, take his money, and then send him along his way, all right? You place it at the bottom of the appropriate deck, be it the prestige or casual guest deck. Then the active player can purchase any one tile that they can afford from the builder's market. So you'll notice that these range from 3 to 800. Some of the tiles have an adjustment on them, plus or minus some amount of money. This is £100 cheaper, so that would be £200, whereas this one is 200 more, that would be £1,000. The rules for acquiring improvement tiles from the builder's market says that no duplicates in the same estate, so you cannot have, say, 2 barns. 1 barn is enough. The amount shown above the tile and any adjustment on the tile itself. The new tile, let's say I choose to take the barn, the new tile is placed face up on the non-rose side. So you'll notice there's no rows here. The bad example, these do not flip, whereas these here do have a rose symbol on them. Once they have a rose symbol on them, they never flip back over, okay? So, in this case, I would then place this down below, but we're just going to put it, well, actually, there we go. There. It goes like so, so your tableau will be building in columns, and so on and so forth. Any questions on those?
No.
All right. Then, the builder's market would then slide all the way to the left, and we would refill that last space. Prestige order of the tile will come into play if multiple tiles are required. We'll talk about that more later when it actually comes into play. Okay? All right, so we'll put that back out there. There's a couple things left, and then we can go ahead and get started. So let me move this back down for you guys. So there are special actions, and these special actions are anytime actions. First off, you can borrow money. Decrease your reputation 2 steps for each £100 borrowed. Never needs to be repaid, but you do lose in reputation. So if I were to borrow, say, £100 because I wanted to buy a tile there, and that would actually drop down, but you can't drop below 1. So there's that. The second one is service help. Service help says refresh as many servants as desired. So if you have some servants, say here, and you want to be able to make use of your butler immediately, you can do so, but it costs 3 reputation per servant refreshed. Being a slave driver is not good for the reputation, you know, right? Then you can also choose to refresh the builder's market. Once per round per player, the builder's market can be wiped, meaning all of those discarded. We will then randomly draw from the deck or from the bag, place them. The ones that were wiped after the draw get replaced back into the bag. Okay, that costs you 4 reputation points. And again, you would drop down if you drop below. Okay? There you go. Any questions on the special actions?
No.
All right. So there is one in particular tile that I want to highlight here, which is the Builder's Room. As an activity, players may choose to play this tile, which is how you increase your staff. No gentry are played. It does require the butler. It says hire 2 servants from the supply. You simply choose 2 of the available servants and place them into the extended service. So they would go here. The reason is it takes them some time to adjust to how things work on the player's estate, and they don't immediately go into service. They don't want to accidentally be rude. They need to be acclimated to the estate. Hence, they start in expended service. All right, let's go ahead and go over some of the various types of tiles. Improvement tiles, which are just used to host activities. So, for instance, basic essentials, as well as anything that shows that it's going to be an activity that actually gets used. Then there are service tiles. These grant service-related permanent benefits and usually are not moved to the activity space, the butler's room being an exception, hence why I wanted to point that out. Then there are monument tiles. Monument tiles, when they come into play, look like such. They all have a picture on them. They provide 1-step reputation bonuses and are never moved to the activity space. They just grant you some amount of victory points and maybe some other benefit on them. Then there are suite expansion tiles. Not like sweet, but the Lionheart Suite would be a good example of them. This allows a guest to stay overnight, and it's a hybrid between an improvement and a monument tile, because here it doubles all favors of 1 prestige guest, but once it's used, it then flips over and now it becomes a monument, which will give you 1 recurring reputation every round, and it's worth 6 points at the end of the game. All right? So the final step is clearing the player board. Move servants. So anybody used goes down into expended service. You return the improvement tile down to the activity, back to its space on the country estate organizer. However, if it's the first time being used, you then flip it over, and you'll notice this gets you 2 prestige the first time, and it's worth -2 points. Once it's used, however, it flips over onto its rose side. It's now worth 2 positive victory points, and now you draw 2 casual gentry, draw 2, keep 1. And when this is used in subsequent rounds, it is never flipped back off of the rose side. Okay? Place attending gentry into the player's discard, so any cards that were played then just go into a player's discard pile here. And that's clear. That's a normal round. However, in lieu of a standard turn, instead of taking these steps here, players may choose instead to pass. Doing so has its own steps. Think of it as the family's going on a vacation and the whole household gets a much needed break. So here are the steps here. So first off, you reclaim your deck. So all of your discard comes back into your hand. So you now have a refreshed hand of cards. Refresh all the servants. So as I said, the family went on vacation, so all the servants will then be available on a subsequent turn. Place them into the available servants box. Then choose between either collecting $200 from tenant rent, not pass and go, but tenant rent, or refresh the builder's market. What previously cost you 4 reputation, now you can do for free in lieu of the 200 pounds. Okay? Again, you would wipe, replace, and then put those back into the bag. And finally, just like a standard turn, you then can purchase a single improvement tile from the builder's market. Any questions on how a turn works or how passing works?
No.
Okay, all right. A couple more things and we can get started. Courtship events. Well, the highest visible in the courtship events, you'll notice, is at the end of a season. So we have it on what would be round 5, round 10, round 15, and then at the end of the game. The highest visible victory points as shown on this season's theme card are compared. This season being prestige tiles. So meaning only these will be counted, only the purple tile. So I imagine these will be highly contested early on in the game. Whoever has the highest value chooses one of the 2 Fairchild guests to bring into their hand. Also, they draw the top victory point card from the deck. Normally these range, I believe, from 2 points all the way up to 8 points, but as we're playing the expert variant, everything above 5 points is removed from the game to reduce the variance that those can hold. And if you would, flip one over so you can show folks, Chris. There you go. It has either a victory point value at the end of the game or some kind of rule breaker that can be used whenever the rule breaker is described, and we can look that up in the rules as those come into play. Okay, and I will go ahead and show you guys what those look like so. So 4 victory points or draw an objective card, it looks like. Okay, so that's the courtship event. Okay, so whoever has more value in the purple tiles during this first courtship will get one of those 2 cards. They choose which to have until the next courtship, and a victory point card. However, if players are tied for the courtship event, all tied players draw a victory point card, but they do not get a Fairchild card in hand. Neither one of them gets it, or if possibly more than one, or more than 2 are tied. The final courtship space works the exact same as a seasonal one, except all of the theme cards are counted for the Fairchild's favor. So there's going to be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 event cards out there. So there will be different tiles, possibly multiples of the same. Count up the victory points of that, and the same thing applies. They also get a victory point card with whoever has the most victory points in the theme cards. And if players are tied, highest reputation wins ties. If still tied, all tied players get a victory point card, but again, nobody gets a Fairchild card in hand. I think just other than final scoring, last thing we need to go over are the special round spaces there. So we have the village fair. At the start of a round, players who flip their study tile receive 2 reputation and 300 pounds. So let me show you. If somebody had done here, when it comes back at the end of their turn, it flips to the row size and it says future village fairs produce 300 pounds and 2 reputation. So it says just like what it does. The objective card draw, at the beginning of each player's turn, we're going to draw 2 objectives and keep them both. That is part of the expert variant. Okay, so I will go over the details of that. But that is a normal round, as is the village fair. The builder's holiday. At the end of their turn, players may purchase as many improvement tiles as they can afford, so they're not limited to just 1 tile. Then there's the national holiday. Players' reputation is ignored when choosing which activity to host, as well as which guests to attend the activity. So for instance, if I had this stateroom here in my tableau down here, because maybe I had gotten it because the first
theme card.
Thank you. Theme card. Couldn't think of the word. If the first theme card is the purple one, maybe I want this, but I cannot play it because it has 6 reputation. I only have 1. However, during the national holiday, it does not matter. I can do that, even though this is lower. That's the only round in which you can do such a thing. Then the courtship events. These are the only ones which are not rounds. These are just the courtship event as previously described. And then in-game scoring happens at the very final courtship round. Then we go into final scoring. So what does final scoring consist of? Well, let's go over that real quick. Final scoring says you're going to score victory points from improvement tiles, which is the bottom right. So this being -2, you tally up the total of your entire tableau. Then the gentry victory points, which is the upper right of all your gentry cards. So some of these may be negative, so 0, 3, etc., etc. Then objective cards, and I'm going to draw one off the deck so people can see what these look like. Estate bonus, 1 victory point per estate tile. Estate tiles being the red tiles, for example. Okay, all right, easy enough. So that is the third one, which is objective cards. Then reputation victory points based on the chart at the back of the rule book. And I will show you that real quick. we're playing the expert variant. So if you get to the final one, that would be worth 45 points. If you get to reputation 5, that's worth 15, etc. You can see the chart like so. Then there is the service victory point. Every 2 servants, or 2 points per servant, I apologize, regardless if they're in the available or in expended or anywhere else. The wealth victory point, you get 1 victory point for every 200 pounds left over. Then the courtship, so victory points on all the victory point cards. And if tied, whoever has a Fairchild in hand is the winner. If still tied, the highest reputation. If still tied, congratulations. It's like kissing your sister. Victory is shared. You never heard that before? I'm getting sideways. Exactly. It's very unfulfilling because, you know. All right, moving on. That's how you play Obsession. All right, so there we go. All right. So any questions locally?
Nope.
No.
Any questions in the peanut gallery?
I don't think so.
All right, I suppose I ought to give my money back. That was perfect.
There we go.
All right. So there we go. Thank you. All right. So we do we want to Schwazi, Martin? Or
Schwazi?
the app to see who goes first, or
Yes, yes.
okay.
I like that Trevor in the peanut gallery said that showing the guests as they're arriving is kind of like the gossip that would have accompanied a new arrival.
Oh, nice.
Derbyshire,
Yeah, right. Here we go.
right?
Right.
As far away from Jess as possible.
Right.
There we go.
Which means
Oh,
she
and I
traveled
have a
the
new
furthest,
nickname,
so-
Jay Westrex,
Wow, that's very good.
because I'm the Wessex.
Oh, nice.
Family.
I like that. All right. So I'm going to move this out of the way. I will bring my tableau up so you all can see it.
Question?
Oh, yep. Playing without the underbutlers. No, we are not playing without the underbutlers. The underbutlers will come into play when there is a tile that says the underbutlers come into
We
play.
can put them here. They might be a little easier to see.
Yep. Okay, easy
They're
enough.
there.
Cool. They're there. So I am beginning. So we are in round number 1. Everybody has their 4 objective cards. Oh, you know what? Actually, one thing that I wanted to go over first
Was the variant?
actually, Martin, will you hand me that back, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to
Sure.
go over the variant, the expert variant. There are a handful of changes. So here we go. So the objective cards, we start with 4 objective cards, not 4, and we're going to keep other objective cards that we gain. But here is the order in which we do this. Chris is going to be in charge of reminding us. So we start with 4 objective cards. Players discard down to 3 after, in round 5, we're going to discard down to 3 after the courtship. Then in round 7, if somebody wants the point, thank you. We're going to draw 2 additional cards, keeping both of them, so we'll be at 5 objective cards. Then in round 10, we're going to discard down to 4 cards after courtship. Then discard down to 3 after the next courtship. Then draw 2 additional cards, so we're at 5. And then finally, at the end of the game, we're going to discard down to 4. There is one tile called the main library in which we will be able to draw an extra objective, and by we, I mean the owner of the main library. They will be allowed to score a 5th objective card. Otherwise, everyone will be down to 4. Also, the other part of the expert variant are the casual guests. Because we're 4 players, it's 10 casual guests, equal number of women and men available up there. And also, none of them can have the arrival of new guests on them. So we put those
think
out
that's down here.
first.
That's the bottom.
Oh, I'm
Here-
sorry, that's
yeah.
the prestige guest. I
Yes.
apologize. For the first season only, players enjoying a casual guest invite favor may choose from either the local gentry on display or mystery meat from the top of the deck. After the first courtship, remaining local casual gentry cards are shuffled into the casual guest deck. So these will remain until the first courtship. Then the prestige guest. For the first and second seasons only, these will remain. Then those get shuffled up. Same thing, whenever you can draw one, it goes into the deck after that. And those have a rating of 3 specifically. So we did not exactly randomly put them out, but we found some with 3 that also don't have the invite favor on them. Okay? So that is the, all the victory point cards with a victory point greater than 5 from this deck have been removed because it's less swingy that way. All right, and I see Dan is in the Peanut Gallery, so welcome, Dan. Dan is the designer and publisher of the game, so there we go. Whew. All right, place your bets, and over-under on number of Glory to Rome's. We are starting the game at 274. Okay, so the first round, I'm going to, nobody is going to pass, I'm assuming, so we take him, here we go. So rotate service, we skip that in the first round. I can host an activity, and, I probably should not have these flipped to start the game. I would like to, but alas, I cannot. I need to actually look at my objective cards. Do not look at the screen, everybody. Get that out of your system. Good, here we go. All right, so you guys get to play along with me for my objectives. Hoping no one can see these, so here we go. I'm not going to read them off. Hopefully you can. Interesting. Those are difficult, some of them. Okay, so that's what we have to start for my objectives. So that should, in theory, help guide what it is I'm trying to do. So you start with no money. One thing we should do, we should talk about these special abilities for each family. Right. So I am playing as the Asquith. So the Dowager Countess, Asquith, lives, where is she? A moment, let me find her. There we go. The Dowager, so manned, Dowager Countess of Asquith. She begins the game with her card in hand, so I get her, so pretty nice. That's my special ability. J-Rex or J-West-Rex?
West-Rex, because I am the Wessex family. So we have a sprawling estate.
Yeah, as you do.
So I get to start with an extra sporting tile, and I chose the tennis court.
Okay.
I could have chosen the breakfast room. But.
Okay. All right. And Chris?
The York family has exceptional service staff. So I begin the game with an extra footman, which is a white guy with a briefcase here.
All right.
Two of those.
The Cavendishes are the best connected family, so I begin with a slightly higher reputation, 1.4 as opposed to 1.1.
All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and begin play. So, so we start with no money, you'll notice. We are broke. So I cannot purchase any of the tiles at the end of a round. The barn I would like to be able to acquire 500 in a perfect world. So how can we go about doing that? I think I will start with the bowling green. So the bowling green requires the use of a footman. So there we have the footman. So that is hosting the activity. Then we can invite guests. So it requires the guest list being 2 gentry, which is any 2 cards that I can play. Well, I will go ahead and play here, there, and he is Daniel, Earl of Asquith. He's going to bequeath me 200 pounds, so that will be a total of 500, which then I can purchase the smoking room. And let me look at my objectives, see if that has anything to do with that. All right, so there's that.
Sounds like it.
And you know what? Let's go ahead and start with Patricia, the Countess of Asquith as well. There we go. So I have invited guests. They require no attendance. So, okay, so I don't need to provide service. So we're moving now on to enjoy favors. So you get money first. So that is going to be a total of 500 quid. So that's $5, like so. Then we get any reputation. So I do not get any reputation between this nor this. And I get to invite guests. So here I get to invite any 2 guests, keeping 1. So I could choose basically just 1 from the face up, which, looking at these, it's a pretty good display. You know what? Let's go ahead and go mystery meat. I'm okay with that. So I'm going to choose between these 2. And you'll notice they are, and this is all open information, so this is not hidden. So they're both at value 1. They show that they are from the casual deck. They're worth no points. No attendant, and requires me or allows me to invite another guest. This one requires a lady's maid for the same thing. So while she is a lady, which there are reasons for that because it requires 2 ladies as such. The smoking room, which I'm looking to acquire, requires 2 gentlemen, so I think I will go ahead and start with Theodore Lodge, Esquire, and put this back into the bottom of the deck. So he goes into my hand. Boom, done there. And then we clear the board. So these will go into my discard like so. That will come there. This will now flip over and is only worth 200 pounds going forward. And then I can purchase 1 card from the bill or 1 tile. I will go ahead and spend the 500, and I will go ahead and acquire the smoking room. The smoking room will go like so. And now everyone is at -2 except for me, which is at 1, which is for the, I can never remember, theme.
The prestige
card.
theme.
There
Yes,
we go.
yes.
And now we refill the display. And we have an English garden.
Oh, an English garden.
For a constitutional.
3 ladies.
There we go.
Take a constitutional. Excellent.
There we go. And Jay Westrex. Westrex. There we go. Right. You're up.
Interesting. Well, I wanted that smoking room.
As did we
Not
all.
sure- right. I'm not sure what
I'm
I
past
would like
thinking
to
about that.
I knew it was very
Stateroom.
unlikely to come round to me.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, hey, Franny, good. And she's caught up. All right,
Oh.
perfect timing. There we
Yay,
go. All right.
chipmunk mode. $900 is a lot of money. I'm not sure I can get to that.
That's what I'm betting on, that it's going to hang out for a while.
A little bit.
Maybe.
That is a chunk of change.
It's not bad to generate reputation.
You know what? Since my board, I'm going to go ahead and move my board all the way up here
What do I have
for you
in
guys.
here?
I'm going to move the chat
Really?
over. And once the second
Nope.
courtship, I'm going to move the chat and make it bigger probably, but as it is, we'll go ahead and move it over to here. And
Yes, glory to Derbyshire.
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 There we
Derbyshire.
go.
All right. I could use 2 ladies. What could I do here? I do like this variant because you can see what's coming out for the casual guest, because those negative points are things you want to avoid from those. So it is nice while that's out. I might take advantage of that then. Say 2 ladies. Get some of those guys.
There are some American heiress, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
that are hugely advantageous
But,
until the end of the game, right?
Yes.
And they do cost you some reputation when you're messing around with those.
All right.
Yes, I went a bit big for American heiresses and it didn't do me well.
Since I can't do that, I'm going to move this up
It
here.
was King Edward that
2
learned from
ladies.
that, right?
I don't think he went for Americans.
What wasn't it?
Yeah,
Who was
I
it?
mean, you've got to be reputation 10 just to get into King Edward. Prince,
no,
Prince
what-
of
from
Wales
the
is
King's
big.
Speech.
Yeah,
Whoever-
from-
yes.
right. He was the one who said no thanks to being, or was it King Philip? Who was it
This
that
is-
said no to the English crown and left? And
Oh, that's yeah. It's a different time. That's
I know
that
it's not
was-
Victorian. I
I
know.
was thinking of Edward VII, who
Oh,
was
a bunch of English
Victoria's
history
son.
scholars here, as you can tell.
that was Edward VIII, who
the King's
went,
Speech guy.
Yep. Yeah, it was Edward VIII who ran off with Wallace Simpson.
There you go.
That sounds like something.
I'll take her.
See, I knew that wouldn't get around to me either. But
I had to think. What's my third
Chagrin.
plan?
What was it? What was it?
A prestige.
Oh
guest.
yeah. Oh yeah.
she gets to invite a prestige guest.
Yeah.
That's
Those
pretty
are
powerful.
not
It is.
a bad thing. And those are
But you can always take mystery meat,
little
right?
reputation.
You can.
Well,
Actually-
you probably need
And
to for that other
I'll
one,
take
do you?
her.
Draw 2, pick 1.
Right.
I can reach. I got it. All right, so that's my
I was
other
wondering
ones.
for that if you had to.
Oh, do you have to draw 2, or because this is the expert variant?
Yeah.
Dan could answer.
What?
So
Yeah.
this one's a look at 2 and pick 1. Given that we're using the expert variant,
I would
it's
say
out.
so. Yeah.
You can look at 9 and pick 1.
Exactly. Yeah. You're
I get to
looking
look at 9 and pick
Right,
1. All
exactly.
right, so I'm
So
taking
That's
this
fine
one,
with me.
Yeah.
and then it clears.
I think that was written for without the expert variant.
Understood,
That makes sense.
yeah.
Right.
And this comes down and flips.
There you go. And do you wish to purchase? Well, let me
I
rephrase
have no
Can you?
that. You
funds.
probably wish.
No, I actually don't. I'm very
Okay.
happy
Okay.
with my reputation.
All right.
All right. Like Edward, I'm going to host some bowls at the bowling green.
All right.
Just I require a footman, and I'm going to invite someone. Let's see. So I'm doing it to make money. I'll have George Viscount York collect tenant rents.
Yeah, it's Viscount, not Viscount. Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Viscount. Let's see. We'll start to get some guests too. So I think we'll have. Why not the Viscountess? Okay. Neither of them require assistance, so I'll be getting 500 quid bucks. And I can draw 2 and pick 1, or look at 8 and pick 1. Let's see, these are money, reputation, guests. I think we'll draw 2 and pick 1 and see what comes out here.
Yeah, when choosing a face-up guest, just take 1. Yep, we assumed right. All right.
All right, so this is an easy decision. This has a negative reputation, loses you money, but does get you a guest. I think I'll keep this lady, Elise Gilmore, who will help me gain some reputation. So I'll put her in my hand. And with my 500, I'm going to be buying the flower room. So that Martin has to
Is
pick
that
a
also what you wanted to do?
That was
Martin?
also on my
I'm
planned
so
list,
sorry.
yes.
And I will pay the 400, and then I'll clear the board and flip my tile.
All right, cool. I appreciate that,
Retire.
Dan. Said good job on the teach. So cool, good. All right, so Mr. or
Roll down
Oh,
Wakefield.
oh yes,
Refill,
yes.
sorry.
One job. I have one job. Yeah, just one.
You have a
You have plenty
few
of
more than that.
Yeah, I
but
think
we'll-
you're-
Ooh, another
that's
prestige
fine.
room comes out.
Yes. Darn it. All right.
Ooh. Okay, so all of my early plans are, all of many hopes of dreams are in ruins at this point. I was particularly looking to try and get either of those things that would allow you to get prestige guests, because in the previous game I really stalled out badly in the middle of the game because I had no way of getting prestige guests, and I feel that was one of my biggest problems, and I didn't want to repeat that. That could be tricky avoiding repeating, looking at the situation, but there we are. So, what to do
So
instead?
she's saying Viscount.
All right. All right. Fair enough.
So, do I go for, what do I go for? Some money and a movement? Do I try and push quickly on another front? That's what I was kind of thinking of. I think I'm going to go...
Yeah, I didn't hire anybody in our last game. No servants, and I paid for it. Notice that. That probably will not happen again this game. Just saying. Yep.
I am going to go have afternoon tea in the main gazebo.
Speaking of which,
Cheers.
hey Thomas.
I will, for that, tea with these two guys. Thomas Handel, Esquire. Poppin J, who wishes to escape Derbyshire for London. Escaping Derbyshire does have its advantages, I can assure you. And the Earl Paul Cavendish, who collects the tenant rents, which is kind of important. So that requires a footman to do afternoon tea. Mr. I think he's Handel. I can't read this terribly well. Handel, yeah. Requires a valet, and that's the service provided. So now may enjoy the favours. So money comes first. So £200.
Don't
Oh, of
forget
course,
we
yes.
have that. Yep.
£200 sterling, and we get to grab hold of 2 casual guests. I have my eye on Colonel Walter Dalrymple, one of the most prominent war heroes from Derbyshire. Very nice. We do get into a lot of wars at this period in our history. Bopping off whoever we can bop off, basically.
Okay.
And
It's
then
so British right now. This was so
Popping
English.
off.
Yeah, right. This is awesome.
I'm a bit male heavy on my guests, so I think I might go for a lady. This one is probably the best. She will give me both £100 and increase my reputation because she's refined and stunning, which is always good to know. That's clearly the only valuable thing that a woman can be. So I'll go for that. And then my final
That was
thing.
sarcasm. for
Yeah,
those-
please don't
Yeah,
come at
that
Martin.
was sarcasm.
He
Yes,
was-
yes. I'm British. We do a lot of sarcasm. And then I get to get hold of a prestige guest.
So
and
3. Okay.
That's what I want.
Okay.
I had him last time, and I think he's quite handy because he does a triple increase in prestige,
Yes.
Yeah, he's
which
handy.
makes him really rather nice.
All right.
Which questions, why did I get the double prestige guy? Well, because I can play him earlier, so
Right.
that's perhaps a good reason. So I'll go with that. I then put my servants into the expended box, flip the gazebo over,
Getting that
and I
expended
can
box.
no longer get prestige guests without the gazebo. There go my discards, and now I can think, do I want buy anything with 200? I could
Get a
Barn
barn.
is the
pick up a
only
barn.
one. Yeah.
All estate activities.
I agree,
Generating
Dan.
1 reputation.
Great having the melodious English voice in the game.
Come play my house. Yes, we love having him here. It's worth it.
I could save up, but the others aren't super tempting at this point. And the barn would be handy because it gives me a reputation.
I know, that is
Yeah, but
7.
5 reputations
Yeah,
could
so
take a
it's gonna
long
be a
time
while
to
to
get
get
there.
there,
This
right.
I can make use of immediately, and it will just generate me reputation for the whole of the game. So I think that's
If-
going to be a good option.
But here's the important thing, because I got that one last time, is whenever you use estate tiles specifically. So,
Right.
keep that
Oh,
in mind.
right. Yes, estate
Keep that in
tiles. So
mind.
yes.
okay.
So I put
right.
a reminder on my
On the
There you go.
estate tile
And
is
hence
a good
what
idea.
the reminders are for. All right, cool. All right, so it's the beginning of a new round. We need to refill first. And we have another barn. So some of the tiles there are 2 of, otherwise they are unique. So rotate service. Whoop. There we go. Host an activity. Well, getting reputation going would be nice. Being able to hire would also be nice. We still have 2 more turns. No, this and 1 more turn. You know what? Let's go ahead and...
You have 3 more. And this and 2 more.
Okay. I'm going to...
No, because it's the start of the village fairs.
Yeah, it's the start of the turn.
To get your village
right,
fair done.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought.
Yes.
So you know what? I think
Before
I'm
the
going
courtship
to
you were looking at.
do
He's
that next
looking at
round.
village.
So what I'm going to do is basically no, I feel like I'm jumping the gun.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I'm just so paranoid because I didn't
did.
at all last game.
You can
So-
still work around it.
All right, so private study. We're going to plan for the village fair, which is coming soon, and there are multiples, and passing up that kind of cash is just, it's too much money to pass up. So I think I will go ahead and, they must be family members. And, yep, let's go ahead. Let's do a couple of the ladies. So Maud, the Dowager Countess of Asquith, and Lady Eleanor Chesterton will come into play here. We have room, right? Yep, there we go. Cool. So we have 2 family members. Good to go. Then we've invited guests, so provide service. Neither of them require it. They're low maintenance, which I appreciate. Thank you, ladies. And enjoy favors, starting with money. So I will go ahead and get 100 pounds there. And then for reputation, the 2 reputation here is only if a male prestige guest accompanies the young lady to an activity. So I do not get it here. So 1 reputation there. And 1, you know what? I think I will take the gentleman here, even though he requires an extra valet, but being able to get another guest as well as money, well... Or we could get the other gentleman who gets us a casual guest as well as a reputation. Or just a casual guest to balance out the scales a little. I think we're going to go here. So we'll add Captain Reginald Barrow into our hand. So there we go. Clear the board. That will go there. This will now flip. So it goes from 3 points down to 0, but you're going to get 6 reputation and 900 pounds by the end of the game. So it seems worth it to me, and I cannot afford. I am done.
And we did add in 5 monument tiles.
We did.
Okay.
Add in
Just
5
making sure.
monument tiles, yes. And you do so after these are drawn.
Yes, the first initial market.
Yep.
I think.
I appreciated the reference to the Manor Born. I barely remember that was a sitcom that featured an
700.
English noble family, a woman who was sort of distressed financially, and then the up-and-coming rich businessman with no social background, and played off that comedy.
Interesting. So they married for social standing.
No, they weren't married. That's the
Oh,
point.
no, I'm saying they were after her to marry for the social
No,
standing.
he bought her her family's house,
Oh,
and she
okay,
lived
gotcha.
in the sort of cottage on the grounds. And then there was a romantic backdrop and stuff going on as well. It was kind of fun for its if you're into that kind of sitcom stuff.
Okay.
Cavendish was one of the names. I don't remember which one. But I want to point out that if I appeared on one of these cards, my reputation would be -10. Working class folks from the Black Country, I'm in the middle of brass, slamming on the ironworks. That's what
Right.
I'm doing at this.
Okay.
My family's doing it this time.
Okay.
My dad
Alright.
quite literally was doing that. Well,
Just gonna
not
take
probably in
the
the
straight
1840s, but that's definitely where my stock comes from.
All right. All right. Take care. X-Cone. X-Cone. X-Cone.
Cavendish
There you
Foods, yes.
Right.
Peter
You're ready
Bowles,
for the
yep. Peter Bowles
village
and what's the name?
I am.
Was the woman?
It's hard. You have to use 2 family for that, so that
Yeah.
kind of.
Yep.
I wanted to make sure I had
Can
those
you-
for
can-
that.
And
Would you like to
I have
purchase
300, so
that
I'm
gabled
looking-
conservatory?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
right. Because the weather is so nice, you can take an indoor constitute. That's
We would need that these
Right, yeah,
days.
yeah.
Right now, it is
So
it is
it is-
very cold.
It is not warm
So
outside.
indoor constitutionals would be nice, but I'm
Do
good.
have dripping faucets this time. Hot water has survived. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh, that's not bad.
Okay. Chris.
All right, I'll follow suit with everyone and get my village fair planned. The Honorable Alan
Keith, yes.
Alan Waters and Marianne Waters will help plan the village fair, along with my butler. That should be it. So I'm going to get 1 reputation from Alan and a casual guest, thanks to Marianne. And
Oh, she's the same. Has to
the
have
same
a
with the
prestige.
asterisk
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
so she
yeah.
doesn't earn me the
Gotcha.
prestige bonus. But I'll have this Sir Charles Wadsworth.
No.
Well, okay, he's going to come along. All
And
right.
any
and then,
purchasing?
I have £1,
So no.
so no.
All
Since
right.
that ends my turn.
All right.
I just wish to point out to the audience that I had decided before I even finished my previous turn, in fact, even before I'd started my previous turn, that I was going to do the private study this time around. I am not copying everybody else,
I actually
honest.
am really glad that everybody did that. It's
Yeah.
always better to lead
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
So,
It's like,
all right.
it's
But
like
I-
ordering the same thing as someone else at a restaurant.
Right.
Right.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll
Yeah.
take what she
But-
had.
however, before I begin, I rotate service to get these 2 up into my servants' quarters, which is important. Then I host the activity. No guests, 2 family guests, of course. So that will be Lady Evelyn Cavendish and Viscount Stephen Cavendish. They don't require service because they're the family, so we can go straight on to favours. So I can either take money or favour from Viscount Stephen Cavendish. And they're both things I need a lot of at the moment, of course. That's the whole point of this problem. I'm actually going to go with the money. And Lady Evelyn allows me to draw 2 mystery meat and pick 1. Well, I'm going to draw 1 mystery meat, look at it, and then decide what I want to do with the other one. I'm going to draw another mystery meat. No, because the first one was actually quite good. I was
Okay.
worried if it had been a bad one, then I would have perhaps gone for one of the visible ones. But since it was a good one, I knew I wasn't going to lose too badly. And actually, it's really quite nice. My first one, which I thought was actually quite good, is Miss Diane Blowers. What a cricket commentator. Yeah, the English will get that one. That's quite nice. She needs a lady's maid, but she gets an invite and an increase in prestige. And then there's Lady Anne Austen, who adores the continent. She requires a little bit more reputation to come along, but she will get £200 and inviting someone else. So I
That's
think I'm
pretty
going to
tempting.
go with Lady Anne.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
where's
you're
the...
only 2 away
Of
from
going in
bumping
at
that
that.
up.
Exactly. So I think she would be
Yeah,
a good...
and I assume, Dan, that this is not a for sure thing that everybody has to do, but, probably the less experienced you are with the game, the more enticing that probably is. I'm sure that's exactly what that is.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seemed very, very valuable to get the village at
Imagine
some
if
point before the first village fair.
Brown came out here, it'd be like a
there we
little
are.
game of chicken, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
Right.
would be a nice element in it. Okay, so enjoying the favours. So I've done all my favouring. I cleared a board. I flipped private
Stand
study over, so I will get that. Butler goes into the expended. He's going to go for a nap. And we put that down.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and rotate service. So my footman is back in play. My butler is not quite. I'm actually going to go ahead. There is somebody in particular that I'm looking at here, so I do want to get one of these. So now that my footman is available, he will then be used. So host the activity, invite guests. So I think this I hadn't quite planned on quite yet. But I think I would like a little bit more bump in reputation and some cash. So I think what I will do is I will go ahead and play Charles, Viscount Pemberley there. And I will bring out Zachary L. Esquire. I feel like the Esquire should be like the third. At the end. So there we go. Neither require service, and the favors, I'm going to go ahead and get 100 pounds for Zachary there. And here I will go ahead and just get the single reputation there. Then I can hire. And both of these are really tempting, but the fact that she only requires a ladies maid and she provides 400 pounds.
Yeah.
That is a ton of money, at least it feels like to me at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and take Anne-Marie, is that Comtesse de Vitry?
Sounds
The
good.
wife of a wealthy French noble living outside of London is an accomplished world traveler. So there we go. She comes into hand there. Clear the board. He will drop down. We get to flip this. There. These guys go away. And I only have 200 pounds. Not purchasing anything. I am done. We should be in the third round as well. Boom. Done. So are you guys able to follow along? Is it making sense for those that are unfamiliar with the game? And here, Martin, let's scoot this over this way.
Okay,
There we go, just to keep it even.
Yep.
CDO of myself.
that's okay. We tolerate it.
And you'll notice that in the expert variant with the display that is out here, those do not get refilled. And at the end of the first courtship, all of these will go away. At the end of the second courtship, all of these that are remaining will go away. The poker chips, Franny, Tony, if you guys can handle the link, it's an old 5-year-old Kickstarter, gem chips. Really nice chips. They're clay chips. They're really, really nice. Jess was able to locate the heavy cardboard chips, so those will be making an appearance back.
But these matched well.
They
for
did.
today.
They kind of had a good feel to them.
Okay.
To suit the game.
They do.
300
nice.
and 2 reputation here.
Yeah,
This is the kind of
congratulations.
establishment
Yep.
where there is a choice of poker chips.
Oh, yes, they're very much. There's
Extensive choice of
one,
poker
two.
chips.
I think there are 5 different sets I have, I think. I think 5.
That seems good.
That seems good. All right.
And
These are it.
purchasing. Lady Wessex.
I think I am going to wait.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, yeah, that's 700. I am just short. No,
Yep.
I'm good.
It's safe right now. Oh no, it did not plan that.
Oh, good.
Well, remember,
That
this is
sounds
the backup,
encouraging.
if that helps at all.
No,
I have
it
no idea
does
what
I,
you're
not
doing.
I had a similar moment of panic there.
I will.
thought it said ladies, but it says gentry.
Yeah.
Are you done your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm having afternoon tea at the main gazebo. With 2 gentry. So, I should refresh my servants.
Yeah, do that first. Yeah, I actually,
I'll
the
have
first game I played, I did not use the private study for the village fair.
Okay, all
Because I
right.
didn't do it before the village fair, so it seemed pointless. And it really just was because I didn't have family. I had expended them on other things.
So Sir Charles Wadsworth and the Honorable Charlotte Woods will be coming to tea in the main gazebo.
Wow.
They both require a sir, as you can tell by their
Wow.
honorable titles.
Uh-huh.
So, I will get
Three
3
Nice.
reputations, barely short of 2, and 1 casual guest,
Actually,
which
I'm gonna do
there's
this,
only
yeah. No.
3 of these
Yep,
open
there.
ones left. What do I want? I have a lot of women, but I want to be able to invite more people. So,
All right.
and the tea itself gives me a prestige guest.
Or
a mystery prestige guest.
But here's the appeal of these: is all of these start out, they're all 3s, which is far more attainable than possibly a 6. A
Right.
6 is wonderful, but oof, that's a ways
You'll be able
away.
to
You
use it
know?
more.
Yeah, exactly.
So thinking of either of these 2 gentlemen, one gives you 3 reputation, the other 400.
But man, they
Um,
are.
The nice thing about the York family is I have an extra footman,
Yep.
so it's a
Fair
little bit
point.
less of a
Yes.
cost to me. So
That's
I
a
was
good
thinking
point.
it might be worth
Yes,
the
the Yorks always
extra.
take pride in the needy guests because they can cater to their needs.
Let's see, we got Charles Lord and a major. I think money will be important for me, so I'll take Charles Lord Harwood,
Okay.
and then I'm not buying anything, so we can.
All right, Martin.
I'll clean up, and it's Martin's turn.
Well, I think it's time to invite some people to some bit of bowling, but first rotate service.
Since you now have 2, why don't you take your country estate
Okay.
improvements
Yeah.
out? So
Leave it
can
over
keep that off to the side as a reminder, but there you go. I don't think we need it. Plus, all the tiles themselves say what they are.
All right,
So
do the edge there.
Time to meet to host a bit of bowling, because I also think I'm going to need some money. But to come along for the bowling, I will have Colonel Walter Dalrymple, together with Lady Mary Russell. They each will require a little bit of service, a valet and a lady's maid. We need a footman to handle the bowling, and that's for service. So now we enjoy the favours. Yep, I get my, well, that was 300 for the bowling.
total.
400, and you gave me the 400 for Lady Muscle. We get 3 increase in reputation. 1, 2, 3. So I get to magically turn over and get reputation 2. Ta-da!
Hey Taylor, welcome.
And that's that. So those are all the favours. I've then cleared a board. Lots of servants go for a rest. And these go into my discard pile.
And any purchasing? For
Purchasing.
500, you can purchase the first 2. if
We
you
are
wish.
at the point of that, but we're also getting close to the courtship, and so of course the next season we'll get a different sense of what our
is
2
true.
people that they require. I'm thinking it might be best to hold off a bit until I got some idea of what's happening on that front.
All right.
So I'm going to hold.
So we advance to the village fair. So everybody here gets 300 quid and 2 reputation. And Jess had to step out for a moment for an important phone call real quick. So 3, she flipped hers, right? So it's 2 reputation and 300, which she can now afford this. Here's what I was lamenting, was the front parlor requires 2 ladies. And you'll notice I do have 2 ladies in hand. Alas, it is 3 reputation, and there's no way I'm going to be able to get a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reputation in order to play her. So I cannot flip that front parlor going from -2 to a +2, which would get me at 3. I guess it's a moot point because that's going to be worth 5 points for Jess, unless I'm able to acquire it, which I'm 200 pounds away. Maybe. We'll see. All right. So, what do we need?
Oh yes, good point.
Well, oof. So I cannot play that. actually, 5, 7, I can do that. I need to do that. So I need to do that. So I need to be able to do something that plays 2 gentry. So you'll notice that no longer can you play the private study. None of us can. So that card is unavailable. 2 gentry. So I could do this one or this one. So those are my 2 options. This gets me money. This one gets me another. Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and...
But your footman's not available.
Oh, wait. Refresh service. There. And the butler can be used. Oh,
No.
we cannot.
That's a
No,
butler.
we
We
cannot.
can. Beneath a butler's reputation to act as a mere footman. Come on.
Jay Westrix might have been paying attention to that.
You can spend 3 early prestige points
Or 3...
to refresh your servant, right?
Wow, yeah, that's a
Oh,
lot.
wow. Yeah. Oh.
How much do you want it?
I think I wanted
Oh
a
my
lot,
God.
so
He wants to be a slave
I like
driver.
this move.
Ah.
Yeah,
So,
very determined.
paid
Whoa.
three reputation to be a slave driver and refresh a servant. So I will go ahead, put that up there. There, that allows me to play 2 gentry. So we're going to play those 2, which require a valet and a lady's maid. That's going to get me a total now of 200 quid, which is 700, which we need. So there's that, and then I get draw 2, take 1, as well as just take 1. So I will go ahead and Captain Reginald Barrow will draw 1. Yeah, he'll draw 1. Oh, nice. The wealthy family of Sir William Hawke has done well investing in India, a possession he has visited many or several times. So there's that, and then the draw 2, take 1. I will go ahead, draw 2. And what did we draw? They are identical. So John Ambrose, Esquire, who he just looks smarmy. And what do we have? Major William Hawes, a well-known explorer. He led a successful expedition up the Zambezi. We'll go with the expedition. There we go. So he will get buried to the bottom. And that is it. So there. Those get discarded.
And there's a comment in the chat saying your mic might be a bit quiet, Edward.
Oh, is it? Okay. Sorry, I will check. Hold on. See if that helped. Nope, it shouldn't be, but we'll go ahead and bump it anyway. There we go. And I will go ahead and pay all 700 for the stateroom. For those paying attention to my objective cards, that actually had a double meaning as to why I got it. So I can't play it until I have a reputation level of 6, which we just went backwards 3 steps from. But it is worth 5 victory points as is, and done.
And that pretty much guarantees you the Fairchild.
Which would be the first time in 2 games I will have gotten a Fairchild.
There
So
you go.
there's that. And we have the Hillside Kennels
Pretty much.
that have come out. Yes,
I should check mine.
done. Sorry about that. Hopefully that's a little bit better, guys.
And in question to how the game smells, I have to point out that Edward made a point of hanging the game for a good 2 or 3 days before we played it, so that it wouldn't smell bad.
Right.
That's awesome.
Oh, let's see. Do I just want to do that now?
Take care, Double T.
Hmm.
I know that thwarted plans for everybody, I imagine, but
Well, I'd kind of given up on the prestige buildings for this round. I thought, I'm never going to get there, being last in the turn order. So I kind of went, I thought, I'll do what everybody else isn't doing.
miscounted. Alas. So if you guys are enjoying it, don't forget, like and subscribe. The liking helps the channel. The subscribing helps you all, so you guys get notified when we go live. Saturday at noon, we are streaming Shogun.
Indeed, a great game.
Looking forward to that.
No longer need
which I've half played, having played Wallenstein. So
It's essentially the
it
same
is essentially
game.
the
Right,
same
yeah,
game.
yeah.
Well, probably my favourite area control game that I've played, but I'm not into area control games, so
Fair enough.
but I quite enjoyed that.
And I understand it taking you a little bit since I know I
Yeah,
thwarted plans.
you did a little. I
understand.
apologize.
I know.
I'm gonna
I know. You're fine.
look at what I want to do. Okay, so I can't do that because my guy's right there.
You can always pay 3. Oh, you
Never.
can't.
That
Oh,
is not a good plan. I'm gonna go with not doing
The
that.
Fairchilds are looking for prestige buildings, Gaurav. And the most victory points, and I currently have 4. Everyone else, I believe, is at -2.
Pretty
Or some are at 2.
Yeah.
Some are at 2.
So I don't. Oh, because I could do it on there. All right, I'll wait on that then. I'm gonna go here and hire 2 servants.
So
Get
just
these 2 ladies.
to be clear,
Yes.
Jess, you could get this to tie me.
That brings me to 4.
I would also be at 4,
Yeah, I could
which means neither of us would get a Fairchild, but we both would get
the
a victory
card.
point.
I
card.
might have been planning that and being
Okay.
very quiet about it, but
Oh.
you can point it out as you will.
Well, there's that.
All right, so I got my servants.
Okay.
Cool, I like that.
Yeah.
Still,
Good with that.
have not had a Fairchild visit. Still.
No. So that goes, and the butler will show these
And
ladies
yes,
around.
Eric, that is the Cube Tower one. Yep.
Oh, that's right. That does switch.
All right, done.
Mm-hmm.
And you purchased. We need to
did.
refill.
Thank you.
Oh, I got you. Not trying to hog it.
That's okay. I just think I should do my job.
Tennis court. So, point out, Jess has a tennis court. Cannot get a second tennis court, as a
I cannot
reminder.
have multiple tennis courts.
Just be garish.
Right, so that would just be over the
No
top.
way. Okay. What?
When you can't read a you Fairchild. Well, apparently you can't Fairchild
Apparently
either.
I can't. Just like I couldn't read her. So
They did call you somebody mentioned that there was a cad sitting next to me. At the beginning of the
What is a
stream. They were
cad?
like, a cad.
Slang.
Explain. Go ahead. Slang for like.
No, general no-gooder.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Someone who will kind of seduce a woman and
Yes.
then leave her pregnant.
Wow.
That turned aggressive. Okay.
Not a thing you've ever done. That's not.
Okay. Not really. Yeah, but all right.
A cad.
Sheesh.
Second.
Well,
There is
I
a
kn-
cat in the deck.
I was
There
gonna
is
say,
a cat in the
Some
deck.
of them
I
are
know-
called cat.
I know where the
yes.
downvote came from, so there's that, right?
Picture a cat sitting next to
Okay.
me.
Let me get
Excuse me.
What happens into courtship? Let me see.
So before the stream was announced and went live here, how many of y'all had heard of the game or played the game previously? I know Murr has, obviously Dan, that goes without saying.
I'm going to hire servants as well. Purely to copy. So,
And Christopher, to answer your question, Shogun.
it's a nice sized box.
It is. It
Wow.
is. That is a beast.
All right. Hiring 2 valets. I think it's how you say it.
Valet.
Valet. I heard some. I saw some debate on the chat there.
Oh, okay. No, I would
We'll
definitely say valet.
Okay. I'll say valet for the local crowd. All right. And then I'm going to buy this gabled conservatory.
Right. All right.
Conservatory. I think I'm off the screen, but that's my turn.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, you know what we can do? Oh, we have our first monument out, the Garden Maze, worth 7 victory points, costs 200 in addition, and gains you 1 reputation every single round. I'm just gonna. How that didn't spill my tea, I don't know. That's awesome. Glad it didn't. Let's do this.
Universe loves you.
Yeah, why don't we do this, guys? Why don't we bring these 2 here, and either
They're
your
about to
player
go
board
away anyway.
or this
maybe
up
this
there.
should go here.
Yeah.
And then
And it's about to go away because courtship.
Yep.
that seems perfect.
There we go. And now you can
Right,
move
and
your
now I can
player
put
board
Justin.
all the way up. Same with
Do you need some room there, Jess? You can meet me in the middle.
there we go. Perfect.
The kind of renovations that go on in Derbyshire.
Yes.
Seriously, right?
Cleaning it all up. There we go.
Okay,
There we
I
go.
go. I will rotate service. And I had already decided that I was going to do the butler's room routine as well, because because it's a good move. I'm going to be a bit more even-handed, have a valet and a lady's maid. And that's it, other than deciding if I can buy anything. And I'm going to hold fast with the notion of waiting till we see what the love child, Fairchilds are going to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Which we'll find out very soon.
All right, so new round. Actually, we don't do a normal round. We do the courtship. So we evaluate the prestige buildings as per that. I have a total of 6 minus 2, 4 points. Jess has 2. Minus 2.
I have 4 points.
4, sorry, that's what I meant. So the Fairchilds will not come and visit. Alas, we each get a victory point card because we are tied.
Thank y'all.
Yep, go ahead. All right. And here, don't look. I will, here. Nobody look at the screen.
Okay.
There we go.
It's so hard when he says
there we go.
don't look.
Okay.
Like everybody's like,
Look.
say,
I know.
say
That's
look
why
at
I
your player
paused.
boards
Look
or
at-
look at
yeah,
the
there
game
you go,
board
right.
or something. Remember
Positive
the negatives?
reinforcement,
Yes,
right,
you need the
okay.
positive
Probably-
statement
Right.
because
So-
otherwise you're
Probably
like,
more likely to not see it without the
So
prompt.
that is courtship. We go into a
right,
new
that's
round.
true.
Oh, courtship, we also lose an objective card.
We
which I
do,
think was
thank
my,
you. Yes, that was your
nice.
job.
One of
So
my jobs.
one of the objective cards, we're going to discard them face up here just so everybody can kind of see, so everybody knows what's going on.
This is a tough decision for me.
I really don't think I'm going to do well in this. So 1 victory point for every prestige guest.
5 victory
Oh, that's-
points
I've never
for the
seen
Cabinet
one
of
before.
Curiosities.
Okay. And this requires a particular draw and being able to purchase that one tile that there are one of.
Speaking of, this requires 3 specific tiles, none of which
One of which it
One of
was
which is not, yeah.
17
I
points.
know, isn't
though.
it hard to get rid of that one though?
I'm
So
doing
seeing-
okay with my objective.
I have one of these already, but I just don't think the other 2 are going to come out.
So I had this one in the last game.
Yeah.
And there are 2 tennis courts. There are 2 croquet fields. There are only 1 cricket field, and the cricket field never came into
Yeah,
play.
and that's really frustrating.
That was maddening because I assumed that there were 2. There are
Right.
not. So
Right.
be aware of that. So we passed the first
Hence-
player marker.
Keep it out of
and-
my way.
Westfricks.
Yes.
All
right.
And
Get these
what's the new,
servants.
what did
Hey,
he...
Andrew.
Oh,
We've got to turn
yes.
over the theme card.
Please,
my
what
guess.
is
You,
the next?
no,
Okay.
please, sir.
Oh, it is the...
Sporting. Oh, they're into
Nice.
sports.
Well, does not work out.
It does.
Sportingly.
Sports, eh? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
All right. Well, if that's the case.
Betting on red.
Okay. Well, I have that refreshed now.
You know
and
what?
it would
We're
be
gonna do this.
2, and I would not mind... That would give... So I have 300.
Oh, and we lose these 2.
Yes, and those go away to the bottom of the deck. Good call. So now we will go
So now we
ahead
can nicely center that.
I'm okay with that. Okay.
and
Do I want that?
there we go. So the chat's a little bit bigger for you guys.
Or... I think I want these.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I want these 2. That makes sense. Do I sure I don't want to get one of those right now?
So there was a miscalculation on my part also. Want to point out, I can't point out exactly what the miscalculation was yet. However, the fact that I went from first to last in turn order matters. You now have lost your real estate, so play them over here.
Sure,
There you go.
thank
Cool.
you. Oh, I do get one. That's great. All right, that's what I want to do.
Actually, we're going to shrink the chat just a hair. It's
All
a
right.
little bit big.
So I'll take my 300. I will
There we go.
get 2 prestige. And I get one of those guests. Those have gone away. I don't like drawing blind.
Mystery mate.
Who's coming to your event?
Okay, I don't hate you.
Play lawn tennis.
So the mother of Lady Mary Russell is the Countess of Rochdale.
Go with it.
Her name is Beatrice.
Oh, Beatrice.
Yes, and she's fine. She'll give me some reputation and a
There you
casual
go. There you go.
guest.
Cool. This is now chat.
Thank you. Sorry, that is all. It all is moved. I was used to a thing.
Fair enough.
And now I also
get
get
a little black
prestige
thing
guest.
and put it there.
I will take Major Anthony Cole, because he gives 3 victory points. And that seems like a good thing to do.
All right.
These guys go back here.
Oh, his card is 3
Down.
points.
This is going to come back
How's that?
switched. This is going to go over. Okay, that does help. And now I am going to purchase the Hillside Kennels for 600.
Okay. Martin, your honor, please.
Yeah.
Actually, I got one better than that. Actually, let's do
Switch to-
this.
Oh, nice. 4. Excellent.
Fenced paddock.
A fenced paddock.
All right.
Fences makes me
Dis-
think of Agricola.
So you get a casual gentry and a casual guest, and dismiss 1 guest as well. There.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Might as well make it useful.
All right, we're going to admire the blooms in the flower room. Miss Alice Barstow and Lady Elise Gilmore. Refreshment service.
There we go.
So the blooms require a footman, and lady requires a purple one. Lady's maid, of course. Okay.
Pronounced Derbyshire, right?
Derbyshire.
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 And yes, I did type that up phonetically, so I pronounced it right, because otherwise I was going to call it Derbyshire.
Oh
which
no, a
it's not.
cad.
Exactly. Oh, you got a
Roger
cat.
Viscount Benton holds ancient title, but rumors of the poor treatment of young ladies follow him.
Oh, well, there you go.
Mm.
That would be a
And it's
True
cat.
cat.
basically a card that doesn't do much for you. It gives you a guess, but you lose a reputation when you play him and lose 2 points.
At the end of the game,
At the end of
and
the
you
game.
must dismiss him.
Not to dismiss him
Otherwise,
before the end.
yeah, right.
Although I will be getting a prestige guest, hopefully to balance him out. I'm going to draw a blind.
Well, the
This
flower room does allow.
Oh, nice.
Ooh,
Okay.
okay. A 6-point prestige guest. Lucinda, Dowager Countess of Exeter.
Oh, 6 reputation before
It'll be a
she'll
while till I can play
grace
her.
your
Might
household.
she get you a
though.
victory point
Victory
card.
point card when you play her. 5
Right.
points in my hand, at the very least.
Welcome, Maria. All right, cool. She consulted on the design facelift the game got during the Kickstarter. Nice.
All right. My turn is over. I cannot purchase anything.
Go, Rob, making jokes.
He's a funny one.
He is.
Mm.
All right. Mr. Fowler.
Indeed, it is me.
Indeed. Wire reference for those.
I think I'm going to rotate service. It's my first decision. It's an easy one.
Good
On the
choice.
activity, I'm going to have another crack at the bowling green. This time it's going to be the Honourable Winston Haywood, who requires a valet, and Lady Anne Austin, who requires a lady's maid. I'm reputation 2, so she will come over to my house. I have a footman, so I get, yes, quite a little bit of money, which is good because I like money. I get to take a mystery meat guest. And who do I get? Francis Trotwood, Esquire. I had him last time. He's quite nice. Ladies have allegedly swooned over him because he's such a dashing
Oh, my.
person, but he's always the soul of honour. He is not a cad, in other words. So that is good to know.
Awesome.
And so that completes that. So they go into the expended service bucket. This goes stale where it is. These go discard, but I can go buying.
And now I can go ahead and speak about what it was that I forgot, that I went from first to last. So I was going to have 6 turns in between my actions. Didn't hire. And those are the last 2 available for them.
Oh, right.
And I was like,
Well, no, you can get lots of footmen.
To the bright
There's still
side.
footmen.
but now I'm
Of
safe.
course, that was the thing he
You
was
really
really
wanted a
screwed up
lady's
last
maid
time.
and a...
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was sweating it a little.
So I'm looking at the buildings. The Fairchilds are into sports this time round, so that would argue for the tennis court. But Jess has got a big lead of me on the tennis routine here. So is it worth trying to go up against her? I'm really not so sure. I think I'm going to pay 400 and purchase the English Garden. It supports the fact that I've got particularly a head gardener to look after things, and it is rather nice that I get to invite prestige guests
Right.
to my garden, and even when flipped I get to dismiss guests as well. So the English Garden is really quite a nice card, I'm thinking, and it fits my problem with the last game of never being able to get hold of prestige guests. So
There you go.
that's good.
we have another hillside kennel. There's another, right? Yep, there's.
It
okay,
is.
so that's the
Those are coming
last.
out.
All right. Okay, so to the shock and awe of nobody, refresh, Butler, taking those two, they go there. Boom, done. I'm broke. There. That flips. Done. New round.
It is a new round.
Oh,
Thank
objective
you.
cards. So now technically this happens on your turn, but because these are random, we're of the mind that we're gonna go ahead and do everybody's right now because otherwise we might forget. So everybody, being the expert variant, everybody is going to draw 2 of these. So here, what we can do is don't look at them yet until the beginning of your turn.
Oh, well, it's the beginning.
It's the
of my turn.
beginning of yours, right. So, and what I'm going to do is just put them right there so I know that, as a reminder, kind of. Okay?
Glory to Rome on you, Edward. Just saying.
Oh, okay. Why did I...
You can't, no, don't look and I'll, so where's the camera? There we go, not in chat. So I just got that, which is what yeah, you guys understand.
Okay.
It's fine. It's all
Literally all I did is put the top cards out in the order that I did shuffle them, though. So, yeah, I guess there's that. All right, fair enough.
No, there was more. We'll find it.
Oh.
All right. So
It had to do with something with the hiring, I reckon. Okay.
No?
Oh, I quit. I give up.
Stop
All right,
guessing.
I am.
It's fine. It's fine. Find out later. All right. So refresh. I actually might.
So now those are...
Mm, I can't play 3. Don't want to waste a turn doing that.
So I missed it. Did you guys answer who
Can't do that. Oh wait.
who had heard of this game or played this game before the announcing of the stream? Because I'll be honest, I heard about this for the first time actually at BGGCon. Jess is the one that mentioned it
I'm gonna
and
refresh.
said it was a pretty good game. Oh, so you're passing.
I'm passing.
Okay, so reclaim your deck, refresh service, collect 200, or refresh the builder's market, and then go grocery shopping if you wish.
I have not enough money for such things.
Done. Chris, you're up.
I'm passing as well.
Okay, there.
200, refreshing.
All right.
I'm also had decided long ago to pass. honest.
On the same schedule.
I'm wondering though whether
the
I
passing
do
round.
want to refresh though. I do have more money. Nothing super exciting up there.
Nah.
Could get you something.
I'm going to refresh. Yep.
Ooh, so not taking the 200. So those set aside for a moment.
Well,
Yeah, now you, right.
Now
And
we
now-
shall see. It's
so-
exciting.
Oh, and I should have looked at my objectives. That might have helped.
5. Yeah,
Maybe
hold
you
on.
needed one of those.
Hold on, before I put these out,
You did
I
tell
will,
him not to look.
yes.
Yeah, wait.
No, I.
You're good?
No,
So,
no, that's okay.
You sure? Okay.
I made my mistake. I'm
No,
gonna stick with it.
no. They haven't
No.
been
If
drawn.
there's something
No,
you need,
that's
please
fine.
don't.
And now Peanut Gallery, we may need help in the order they were, but that's fine. Not a big deal.
No.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. So those are the 6. So now these 6 will go back into the bag.
Okay.
Oh,
He-
okay. Dan
it's not
says
spelled out,
he.
so you
okay.
can just do it at the beginning.
You can.
I
do
like
it.
that.
these go-
Okay. So
And
when
then there's
you,
a color.
Absolutely.
sorry, the glossary.
Is that
color
where it
there,
says?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Here
need
you
something
go.
for these.
Between those two green.
Okay, so now to be clear to everybody, I mentioned this, that the prestige, when you draw multiple out like this, there is a hierarchy. So it goes service, sporting, essential, estate, prestige. And then within, now obviously these are the same name, but the numbers,
Oh, these are the same exact tiles.
I
Yeah,
know.
so that's fine. Yep.
and then there is a hierarchy of within. So there we go. Okay.
Get something you like.
What's on the back of the billiards room? Still
there
more
we go.
lights worth 5 victory
Easy enough.
points. Range gun already have. Breakfast rooms. Should look at my objectives, I guess. I went a bit heavy after objectives the previous game, and it did not work well for me. So
Yeah, they're hard to get.
they are.
So
So, looking at that, is it worth going? I think so. I think I might get myself a billiards room. So I can host friendly games of billiards, because there are no unfriendly games. And that's me. But it will be reputation 4 before I can use it, of course. Similar with the English guy.
All right.
Excuse me. There you go.
Okay.
Draw one tile.
Yep. And we have a gabled conservatory. All right.
They're quite nice.
Okay. Well. Oh. A moment.
Everybody look.
Oh. Oh, that's irony for you. Here you go. Everyone look at your player boards. See, I learned. All right. Oh, the irony of this card. All right. So there's that. All right. And so we should be at 5 objectives, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Rumor mill may steal 1 reputation from. Oh yeah, Chris was made judicious use of that.
Rumor mill, I
Mm,
noticed
he
it
did.
there.
Yeah.
And do remember, we'll be losing one of those objective cards before gaining more.
Okay, so refresh service first.
Don't go after both of them. It's not going to happen. Or all of them.
Oh wow, I need.
Cad.
Ugh. I really need some rep.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and visit. I can't play it. I can't play the smoking room because I need to be reputation 2.
Yeah, that's the tricky part.
That's difficult. Well, in that case, I will go ahead and I need ladies to be able to do that. And yep. So I'm going to go ahead and pass. And pass says reclaim my deck. So let me look at this real quick. 1. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need to. So I will do so there. Refresh service. So everybody's coming back available. I'm okay with what's out there. So I'll go ahead and just take the 200 quid. Was it called quid back then as well, or is that?
I don't know
know
whether
it's
it goes
slang.
back that far, but
Okay. It's basically slang, like bucks.
Yeah, quid,
for
yeah,
dollars,
quid is
right?
buck, yeah.
Okay. So, but being proper English.
well, it
200
actually
pounds.
gets fairly weird. Because there's the
love this.
language
All right, this is
changes as you move from
Go ahead, Jess.
lower class to lower class aspiring middle class
second.
to middle class aspiring upper class to upper class.
And upper
and-
class
Can't.
includes is gentry
Can't
as
pass,
well as
can't.
nobility.
All of this would be
Okay, upper class. Okay, got it.
So all sorts of language, the words you use, and your accent is completely different as well as you move across
Okay,
those
so
those
I'm
class
gonna do
lines.
that.
Really? So even within a certain region, the classes have their own dialect?
Yeah, I mean, you just open your mouth, you can tell you're not upper class right away. Because they definitely have this very, I mean, if you ever listen to the royal family speak, they have this very, very nice accent. And they always talk about their house. It's never a house, it's a house. So, those are the kind of things that upper classes do, and it's a totally different world.
Okay. Well, yeah, because nobody here works, right?
There's a book I really recommend, actually, called Watching the English, which is written by a, what's the word for the people who go off and look at native tribes in... anthropologist, that's
Okay,
it.
yeah.
But she didn't want to go, she said, to anywhere where we didn't have running water and that kind of thing. So she did her anthropology study on the English. And it's a superb book. It's also very funny if you're English. It's quite amusing because I and a friend of mine thought it was one of the funniest books we've read. And our wives, one of which is American and the other one is the German extraction, they couldn't see any jokes in it at all.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. All right. Nice.
But yes, it's an excellent book to understand English. I hope it's helped Cindy understand me.
This is interesting. Do I want that? Once I do that, I'll...
All right, cool.
Yeah, I do.
Interesting mix of folks here. Okay.
Right, I'm going to take this one.
There are 2 left.
Yes. That means this goes here. This flips. I took my 300. It gives me 500.
And
There goes the servant's room.
Oh, yeah. Now, interestingly, this says from one opponent during each turn. I assume you do this at your start of your turn, and this doesn't start this turn.
I believe so.
Sounds
That's
right.
what I
Sounds right to
believe
me.
as well.
Right. That
But
makes
since
the
we
most
have
sense.
Dan here, I just
Right,
thought I would ask that.
so there's, do me a favor, actually, and let me see the glossary.
Sure.
The Servants' Hall. Oh, we have another monument. We have Manor Gargoyles, plus 300, 9 victory points, and also gets a recurring reputation. And that was which one? The Servants' Hall?
The Servants' Hall, yeah.
All right.
I just noticed that it says during each turn, and I always thought it was the start of each
At the beginning of each round.
Okay.
There you go. The glossary is actually
Like your
really,
reminder token.
really good job on this.
Yes.
Love the reminder.
Reminder token.
All right. I had the person I was going to use here. Okay. Made a backup plan just in case you didn't take the servant's hall, but we're going to play whist
Rumor
instead.
Miller's really
Okay.
good.
And
so-
we found out last time we played this that whist is a early version of bridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
we
Okay.
go.
I think Lady Elise and Miss Alice Barstow are going to play whist
Okay.
in the front parlor with extraneous you. All right. So we're getting 5. What is this? Reputation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm up to 3.
Wow.
Too soon. Go back 1 on Jess's next turn, and then I'll be getting a casual guest. And this one is not negative points for a change. It's Sir Thomas Ralphs. And he'll come over there. So we'll do this, do that, and I can buy something, and that croquet field is only $100, so I'm taking it.
It's £100.
100
Thank you.
Euro bucks. All
Right.
We didn't go into the euro.
No, I know.
In case you didn't know.
So we're subject.
And they're trying their hardest to get out of it. Okay.
It's a raw topic.
North Library, so it's an essential, obviously, and 4 gentlemen worth no points on that side. On the other side, it's worth 4 points, and 5 gentry, as opposed to 4 gentlemen. Yeah. All right, cool.
So, over here at the Cavendish's establishment, things are somewhat constrained. We rotate the servants. I can't do the bowling green or the main gazebo because I don't have a footman. The English garden and billiards room, I'm not quite enough reputation to host anything there yet. The front parlour's a possibility. I would need 2 ladies, which is of course tricky because they tend to require ladies' maids, and I've only got the 1, but I have got a possible option that way. Another thought that's occurring to me is to hit the butler's room and grab a couple more footmen, which would solve my footman crisis. I do have a butler available. Of course, I could recruit a servant from somebody else as well. It's when the stealing comes into play, but it's a bit early for that. So 2 footmen, or do I want to do that whist? It would be good to get the reputation up, because I have a card in my hand that's a 3 reputation, of course, and I really want to get to these nice, juicy cards as quickly as possible. So
Yeah, and actually,
pushing up the reputation is, I
mentioned
think, what I
talking
want
about
to do.
that actually, about whether or not you're going to be able to hit rep 4 to play your newer tiles without any intermediate tiles. So interesting. And yeah, Maria brings up a good point. Housekeeper's always a backup lady's maid. That's something that Jess pointed out. So as a reminder. So yeah, very, very, very good.
So I think I am going to go for whist. So it will require, and the fact that the housekeeper can act as a lady's maid isn't going to help me, because the whist I need the housekeeper anyway.
Fair enough.
So that goes on there. I'm able to put 1 lady's maid on Lady Anne Austen. Lady Evelyn Cavendish doesn't require a lady's maid, so we're okay there. So that's service. So the favours. So I get £200 for Lady Anne Austen, and a piece of mystery meat from the guests. What do I get? Oh, it's in one of those troublesome American heiresses. She's worth 700 quid if I parlay her.
Wow.
But -3 reputation, and she's worth -3 victory points at the end of the game. So yes, we all know what we know about American women. And then I get 2 for 1. Well, I could dismiss her right away, of course. But no, I'm going to go 2 for 1. And my 2 choices are yet another negative female. Miss Florence Oliver, who is a gossip. She exudes sweetness and humility, but she's a master of innocent gossip. -4 victory points. Also gives me an attack of -2 reputation on other players. I assume I get to pick one off.
Wow, I haven't.
That's an interesting.
4 victory points at the end of the game.
-4 victory points. I'm not too worried about that because once I get my English Garden
yeah.
going, I'm going to be able to dismiss people quite easily. Oh, do I want to attack? Yeah, Cindy would kill me if I took this card when playing with her. On the other hand, I have Richard Beaton, the well-travelled Sir Richard Beaton, who loves music and is known for his gallantry and hospitality. And he's kind of a boring £200 kind of guy. I'm going to go with a boring rather than the gossip.
I'll pick it up for you.
Yeah, bottom of the pack. Deal with that. So that deals with their favours. And then I get 3 prestige, which sends me on to the 3 level, which is quite important, as we will see shortly.
Quite good.
All right.
And my servants are expended.
Any shopping for you,
discarded,
sir?
and we have shopping time. I have 400,
So,
which could get me a breakfast room or a breakfast room.
Yes. You could choose to spend 300 or 400.
I'm going to take the breakfast room. Not sure whether I should hold on for it for something later, but I'm feeling that I'm kind of falling behind a bit on the improvements, so it's probably a good idea to get me moving up.
Oh, we have another monument.
You can have 2. But
You know
can
what?
have more.
We're going to, hold on. I'm going to put, I don't want that. I actually would prefer to put in something else. So, because we drew it, just to have different ones in the game. So we'll do a sculpture garden instead. So 1,200. Ouch. 10 victory points and another reputation. So as if we had just drawn that 6 of one, half dozen the other. So I'm tired of my reputation not being able to play even something as simple as the smoking room. So we will go ahead and go out to the front parlor and play a little whist with a couple of the ladies. And we will go ahead and bring Patricia and Maud both out. So they require
This goes back.
the housekeeper, but they do not require anything. So starting out, we get 100 quid there, and a total of 4 reputation. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we are off the schneid. There we go. And then I can either dismiss somebody or draw 2 casual, and I will keep 1. And oh my, they're both negative. Oof.
Cad.
No, he's a
Got a
cad.
cad.
Handsome in air.
I think you got to
to
put
an
that hat
income-
on if you take it.
I think so. Of 8,000 pounds. But Mr. Tuttle lives a dissolute life.
Salute.
That. Walter Tuttles, Esquire. And we have Miss Anne Fairborn, which I guess not Fairborn. Few speak openly against Anne, but there have been whispers of an indiscretion. Oh my. However, she does not require anything to put her in play. She's negative 2 points. I'll get rid of her at the end of the game. I'm going to take her in the hand, discard there. Those will go away. And there. This flips. It's only worth 2 prestige, but allows me to play a 3rd lady here. And I only have 3. Ooh. Huh. 4 gentry is nice, because right now the best I can do is 2 gentry for 300. And right now we're looking at sporting. There are none available. Do I save the 300 or do I just go ahead and pick it up? We're going into a village fair, though, which is going to get me an extra 300. And it's worth 0 points. We're 2. You know what? I'm going to hold on to my money, be a little thrifty. So we'll go into the village fair. So everybody now will get 300 and 2 reputation. Thank you, sir. And Lady Westrex, you're up.
That is
There we go.
interesting. So this comes over here. So if I do that,
Do you know this already, Franny, or are you looking this up? I'm really curious.
She would know that.
Yeah,
I know that.
Oh,
yeah.
really? That sounds.
Yeah.
And the sale of rams, like that seems like a very specific thing,
Right.
Well, yeah, I think she's been
Okay.
very
so my
clever in her
reminder
wording. But I mean, all
is
sorts of things would wreck
I'm going to go up in reputation, and someone's really high in reputation, so I'm going to take a
I can't
reputation
tell who it is.
from him. You know, where? Who? What?
Little old me.
Yes. Sorry. I mean, I'm trying to be judicious about this and fair. So
Good to hear,
that's
Scott.
going to happen. What I really should do is what I'm going to do, and let's get some of these guys.
Couple footmen.
Yeah, they're going to be welcomed in.
Okay. Boom, done.
That is that.
And any purchasing for you?
No, I think I'm going to hold on to my money.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we're playing croquet with two gentry, Charles Lord Harwood and George Viscount York. So, footman for the game. Charles needs a valet or a valet and a footman. Stern aristocrat. So, this is getting me a bunch of money. 2, 4, $800.
That is a chunk of change.
$1,000
It's
that
about to
turn.
leave, I believe.
And it should be spent.
Yes.
Let's see, 8,
Get it out of there.
5, 13. So I can afford the sculpture garden.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Go all the way up. I think the manor gargoyles is nice because it gives you points for that, and it'll save a couple bucks, and it's only
Fair
one less point.
There is that. And
So
you
I'm
don't
gonna-
know if that's going to come out.
Right.
That's a
Right.
good point.
So let's see if I can. So I'm gonna buy that for 900. The manor gargoyles, and it gives you a reputation each turn. So 7. That's one too many. Okay.
All right. So, barring any changes, I will be getting the English garden because Martin already has it.
Okay. Here.
And we have a flower room. Admire the blooms. So it's worth no points, but you do get a prestige guest and a casual guest on the other side, 3 points, and you
And
can dismiss
dismissing.
2 guests.
Which is very nice.
Interesting that none of the underbutler tiles have come out yet.
Mhm.
All right. I do not. Does anybody have any of the heiresses? Somebody drew one. Who was
I
it?
drew one.
Okay, Martin does.
I have an heiress lying around somewhere, but I'm not going to admit to it. Okay, so time for me to rotate.
That's fantastic.
And now we shall see why I wasn't so worried about these 2 4 prestige things, because I'm going to go for an event. It's going to be, I think, an afternoon tea in the main gazebo. So I'll do that. That will increase my reputation by 1 because of the I'm doing it in proper grounds. The tea will be the Honourable Albert Plantagenet, together with Lady Sarah Tara. It's supposed to be an S or a T. It looks like a T. Tara Cavendish. Although there, Albert does require a footman in attendance, a valet to do his work. We need a footman to actually serve everybody in the gazebo. And that's service done. And so now we enjoy the favours. And this is where I said I was confident of getting 4, because Albert Plantagenet is 3 favour himself. And if the Lady Tara is has an admirer, which is a prestige male, which is of course what Albert is, she will get another 2 as well.
Nice.
So it's a 5. So that does a circuit around and flips me up to 4.
Well done.
So that will
Very
get
nice.
me into the 4s.
Yep.
I also get to take a piece of local mystery meat. That's not bad. Thomas Macmillan, Esquire, debonair Scotsman. Actually, that's not possible to have debonair Scotsman. So, Dan, that's definitely a slip up.
Oh.
Relatives in Derbyshire, owns a large estate outside Glasgow. Okay, he's welcome to it. Then the gazebo, I get to see 2 and
Oh my
take
goodness.
1. And my 2 are going to be, 1's not looking very good, another American heiress, From Boston. Oh, God, they've got to be awful then. Yes, Pendergast's family dominates the textile industry in the East. Worth 500 quid if I have her to tea, but I don't think I want that.
From Lowell, not
And
Boston.
then there's Colonel Stephen Clark. Yeah, probably
Textile,
Lowell.
yeah.
Yeah, in Derbyshire they wouldn't know the
No,
difference
they
between
wouldn't know.
Lowell
It's
and
close
Boston,
enough,
would
yeah.
they? Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. And Lowell was big in textiles at the
They
time.
were
That's when they
huge,
did all the
yes, the wool
canals.
factories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canals in
I
Lowell.
love that you guys know this stuff. This is awesome.
They now make astronaut wear. It's amazing.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Yeah, which is what we should be wearing right now because
Dan,
negative
I'm
temperatures.
impressed, Martin.
Okay,
Well
yep.
played.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we also have Colonel Stephen Clark, a pauper, a heroic colonel, an unsettled man plagued by wounds and in need of aid. He will be. I lose money if I play him, but I do gain 2 prestige. So there we are.
Tony.
Yeah.
Who's Scottish.
It's Scottish. He knows his place. Exactly.
Right.
That's good.
It is
So
hot.
I think that's ARS can go to the bottom of the pack. That will go in here. We
You
clear
are Scottish, right, Tony?
everything.
Right? And not just from the north of England, right? I believe, right?
He's going to let you
I
know.
believe. I thought he's in Edinburgh. Is that
Edinburgh.
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 All right. Okay, I have been debating how to do this, and I have figured out how. So we're going to go to the smoking room, have some cigars and ports. There we go. And we will have, requires the butler to attend. And we will have Charles, the Viscount Pemberley, and Major William Hawes. There we go. And he
I
requires
can't buy anything anyway.
a valet. Oh, sorry about that. Right?
Yes, I could have bought anything, but I
I
can't because I've
apologise.
already got the 2 things I could afford. But carry on anyway. You
not-
clearly knew that.
Not getting any cash. Instead, we're getting a total of 6 rep. So that's going to go a entire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So now we're up to 3. That's better. So there, this flips. And I will go ahead and pick up the English Garden for 400.
Mm-hmm.
There. And refill. And that is it. We are
Courtship.
going into a
Courtship.
courtship. A moment, and after we refill. And we have a Heritage Guest Suite. You get 1 casual guest, draw off the deck, double all favors, and they will stay there. Then this will flip, and same thing.
There's that doubles the negative favors.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
I would assume so.
All right. So we are. What is the?
Oh, so we're sporting. Which
Okay.
I think Jess has locked up.
I do not. I
you
think
go.
you do.
Oh, do I?
You're
Oh
at
my
2 and 3.
goodness.
You have 4.
I have 4
Right.
because I
Oh, I
didn't.
totally
So,
discounted you.
Well, what
doing that.
happened was this guy was not far enough over
Oh.
for me, so I could have lost
A
reputation
surprise courtship.
to move him over, but I did not.
Something to think about now.
Okay. So
Okay.
now
Well,
you
I-
choose which
That
of
is
the
a good
fair
question.
trades.
When can special actions be taken?
Anytime.
I think anytime
it
you
does
want.
specifically
On your turn.
say anytime. Actually, it says
Really?
anytime.
So there could be an upset right now if I wanted.
How so?
Oh no, actually,
Well,
I
you
could
can't,
have
like,
done
take your
that.
turn
No, I
again.
can't now. But I could have done that last time. I could have,
Yeah.
but I didn't want to do it. You
But
did that. 3
realistically,
is
you're not
so-
going to do it unless you're on your turn. Like you can't.
No,
oh,
no, no,
I'm
no,
going to
no.
buy this.
I'm
and
saying I
somebody
still
wipe
wouldn't
it.
have done it then because
Right.
like
Wipe it out
it's
from
just
somebody.
so-
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Underneath one. Okay.
It is you.
So Miss Elizabeth Fairchild's coming.
All right.
You know, I
Into
think she's
your
going to be
hand.
having an indoor constitutional very soon. And I get a VP card.
You do.
One of these things.
Okay. And what
Okay.
do we lose after this? We.
One objective card.
Which
Oh,
mine.
right.
So here you go. I think you guys will appreciate the humor in this.
Ah.
Right after I hired, finished the game with only the starting servants.
Right after you hired.
Right. So
That's-
that was an easy discard
Get
for
rid of.
me.
So this is the
one
one I
VP
was
per service tile.
Okay.
limiting. The stateroom.
Oh, and for what it's worth, I thought that I needed something else, and it's not the stateroom. So, oops.
Domino effect.
Right. And
Okay.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Oh, from the player's hand, not off the top of the deck. Thank you,
I
Dan.
think
for
1
that.
per prestige is not likely to be.
Oh, that would have been nice. All right, so those
Oh,
are
right.
now.
So that's player's hand because it
Oh, that's player's
says
hand.
use 1 casual.
Yeah.
Correct.
The
Whereas
other
the
thing
other
said,
one
maybe
with
said
the-
draw.
There we
And
go.
all of these are positive things,
Yeah.
I believe. So.
Pass the first
Yes.
player marker.
No,
Done.
the first player
And
marker.
Chris, we now are into round
Oh,
11.
reminder.
There you go.
Got 1 prestige from my gargoyles.
There you go. And the reminder token works.
It worked, yep.
Right.
I like it. All right, and I think we're having an indoor constitutional after I rotate my servants. Requires a butler. And we're going to get Miss Elizabeth Fairchild right away, along with 2 members of the York family. She requires a lady's maid. Okay, so this turn I'm all about drawing cards, so I'm going to get a lot of cards. The Gabled Conservatory allows me to C4 and take 2 casual guests.
Wow. C4.
There's our drunk uncle Alexander.
Which my favorite picture that I've seen in the game.
Maybe-
that is
maybe you wanna
yeah,
show 'em?
yeah, seriously.
That's part of the Wessex expansion.
Yeah, this
too.
is. So here, actually, I'm gonna zoom in for you guys a little. Oop, other way. This is my favorite picture in the game. That is fantastic. So there you go. All right.
Well done on his part.
Yeah.
He clearly has
All
had some
right.
sherry.
Good thing I drew these
Dinner.
first.
He's like,
So I drew 3 negative cards
And
and 1 non-negative card, William
Okay.
Lord. So I think I'll hold on to him at least, but I have to keep 2.
oh, correct. That's right.
So he doesn't require anyone. He loses you 100.
I assume he loses you 100 because it's red, but there's
Although
no
it doesn't
minus
say
there.
minus, but it
So
must, must lose you
Yeah.
100.
That is a
Costs
little
100.
confusing.
And these, well, we'll try to get rid of him later.
I know, I did
And
use
then
him.
we'll-
He was, you
All
know.
right, we'll stick him down there.
Okay.
And then Miss Elizabeth Fairchild gets me a prestige guest. Peter Viscount Townsend, $300, requires a valet.
And by the way, Brian, it says I probably need a reminder for the reminder token I have on something. We have found that if you put the reminder token here before you move a tile, you're going to look at that and be like, oh, wait, I have to go and do that. And that's,
It just helps
Yeah.
a lot.
yeah,
And
having it, placing it on the activity space helps. Yep.
Okay, I'm drawing yet another casual guest. Yet another negative guy.
Oh dear.
He's a scoundrel.
Ooh,
Mr.
Not just a
Harrison
cad,
is-
a scoundrel, no
is
less.
that worse than a cat?
I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
Like
Mr.
the hierarchy
Terrible.
here.
Mr. Hereford is a wit, but always eager to scheme and gamble for financial gain. So, well, come join the family, and then I can either draw 2 and pick 1, or get rid of 1. Well, I'll draw 2 and pick 1. Hopefully, I get a positive one. Okay.
There you
It's
go.
okay.
I've been reading them, and I'm going to get rid of that negative 1. I've got enough negative guests.
That is brutal. That was a horrible
Wow.
draw for you.
Yeah. Glory to Rome, casual guests. All right. And then,
You gotta up your,
there you
Now
go.
that guy looks more
Guest
like a
list.
debonair Scotsman.
yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Are we in court? Did we have the...
Courtship
Well,
happened.
We did.
He
Oh no, we
won.
need to. We need to flip.
Oh,
Wow.
flip the new
Yes.
theme.
Yes, and
The new theme is
sporting
Oh,
again.
sporting.
All
that
right.
is not very sporting.
And I get
It
to
is
buy something at
interesting.
300. Do I want a breakfast room?
And
I'm
you
gonna-
cannot. Well, even if you could afford it, cannot get the.
I'm all gabled up.
Yep.
Okay. Turns over.
Okay.
Sort through my new guests.
Hmm.
New negative
There's
points.
terrible guests.
Oh my god, I have a bunch of
kick 'em out.
scoundrels.
You're gonna have to now. You have to take your turns to get them out of there.
I have a lot of dismissals here.
Leave.
man.
Get out.
So much for my guests.
Oh, nice, Brian. There you go. Next courtship. Handled. Handled.
Yep.
Thank you, Eric.
Funny, those
Oh,
buildings
Everybody wants
are
to know what's
terribly
going
These guys are
exciting.
gone. Oh, yes. After the second courtship,
Yes.
they get buried. There we go. So now.
Get buried. That is dark.
This is not the bloody
Take them
end.
out, shoot them. They're done.
This is obsession.
I think we just put them back in the deck to be
Okay,
invited
fine.
later.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Poor people.
Well, I was quite pleased with my planning of getting up to Reputation 4. And,
Were you?
yeah, I thought I was very happy with that. But unfortunately, I made a bit of a cock-up. I mean, it's not really secret to anyone else in our hand.
Yeah.
I have a lot of dudes in my hand. Only 2 ladies, and one of those is the dratted American heiress, and I need 3 ladies to use my English garden, which I really wanted to use. So that's kind of put a kibosh onto all sorts of things. I really feel like I've messed that up spectacularly. However, well, yeah, rotate. Let's see where we go. So I'm thinking I might still go after this billiards room. I've only got one valet, which is a bit of an issue because a lot of those male guests need valets. So I'm a little bit concerned about this, but I'm going to kind of strike on anyway. I do have this guy who will get me a couple more mystery meat, and he's taken all the bad mystery meat, I'm hoping.
Oh, this is wealth intrigue there.
So a friendly game of billiards might work for that, and I'll throw in the 2 family members who don't, the only other guys here who don't actually require servants that I don't have. So I'm worried that I've put my hand into a disastrous position here, but we'll see where we go. So with that lot, I need to provide service. I need the butler. I need 1 footman. And these 2 don't need anybody. And now I can enjoy the favours. Well, the money is going to be quite nice. I get at least 600 quid. And I can choose another 100 or a bit of rep. I'm going to go with a rep. Since 600 money is a lot of money. And then I'm going to take 2 mystery meat and hope for attractive debonair women. Honourable Charles Beaton. Well,
It's a fine card.
it's a fine card, but it's not a woman.
I don't see any red on it.
I need a woman! And I get a woman, but oh, it's a bad one.
my.
Adventurous.
There's a red one.
Flirtatiousness
you a-
causes embarrassment.
She gives you a prestige
She
guess.
is the... Yes, prestige guest. She is the Earl of Highcrest's niece.
Wow. That is,
So she's an interesting mixed bag, if you can say that of a lady.
I think that's appropriate. I think that's fine.
And with
Given the
that,
theme, I think so. I think.
so clear the decks on that. Yeah, exactly.
I think you're all fine. I'm self-identifying over here, so we're good.
Why is a mixed bag?
And we turn over the billiards room.
Awkward. Like, yeah, I was
Right,
like,
fair enough.
"Ah."
Fair enough.
And there we are. So now, choice of money. I do have a good stash of money. But I'm not impressed by my building options. I can't buy the breakfast room because I've already got one. Gabled conservatory looks interesting, but it needs ladies. And, that's what I'm short of course.
You could, but you're going to get the ladies. I'm sure the ladies will
I'm
come.
hoping so, but I'm kind of desperate to do that at the moment.
Well,
so.
these 4 gentlemen,
4 gentlemen I could play in the North Library. Of course, gentlemen require valets, and that's going to be...
not always. Some of them do not.
Yeah, true.
Your family
but
and...
I'm having... but I just used up all of my... I don't have any gentlemen left in my hand that don't require a valet. Unless that new one... Oh, no, the new one doesn't, so that's one
I'm
at
trying
least.
to... I don't know.
No, I'm just pointing out my problem for the audience. The monument, of course, is an interesting
Monument's great.
possibility, and I
10
have
points
actually
and a
got
new rep.
exactly
I know.
enough.
That's why I said there's this.
Oh, you
So
do have enough.
He does. He has dead
Okay.
on 1,000.
That's quite tempting.
1,000 pounds.
The flower room again is something that needs ladies.
Yep.
And I could afford the heritage guest suite with that risky casual guest. That to me feels.
Keep
too
in mind,
risky.
this is
that's
not
from
a
your
draw.
hand, we determined,
This is
yeah.
from your hand. Dan clarified this.
Oh,
is from
okay.
Your hand.
So it's not risky.
Right.
You would
So it's
double
not
up.
risky.
Although
No.
it could be risque.
Ow, 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 ow.
Put a cat or a scoundrel in there. or something
Exactly.
like that,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Oh,
Depending on who's
goodness.
staying over.
Well, actually could be quite handy, I guess, because that would allow, and it's the same thing the other side,
It
but
is.
and only 2 victory points. It's not a big source of victory points, but could
Okay.
give me some oomph.
We're all at 0 in that, though, so if it does come out, the essentials category, you'd be
I'd be ahead of the
Sweeping
game because I've
that.
also got the breakfast.
But there's
room,
only
of course.
one more to come, right?
still. It
Yep.
could be
So-
could be anything. We don't know what it is. Watch it be another green. Could it be another
It's
green?
an interesting one.
Right. There's a blue tile that allows the white footmen to function.
Yes,
in
there
balance,
is a
which we
blue
had
tile that
last
could
game.
help you with that, but
But-
it's not there now.
We don't see it now, and yeah.
Let me see the.
I'm going to go for the monument.
Do it.
I think that's a good
The
choice.
what?
Good
Yeah,
job.
I-
Go for 10.
I mean,
So now I need 2 reminder tiles.
I wasn't getting it.
There you
so-
go. I don't need it. There you go. Technically, each player doesn't get one. You get them as you need them. But
Right.
There you go.
Yes.
We have
And we
them at the
have
ready.
the West Terrace.
West Terrace.
Admire the view.
West Terrace.
3 family and a
Beautiful.
prestige guest.
Oh, but
Alright?
it's 3 family.
Take care, Tony.
That's tricky to use.
Have a good evening.
Also
Thanks
It is
for
low,
tricky
hanging
to
out.
low
use.
rewards too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Lower
that's
rewards
I
to
don't
your
know.
family members.
All right. So we have refresh. Sorry, rotate. The smoking room. Ah, I cannot. My whole turn. You need a butler.
Recalculate.
You can pay to refresh them.
No, not happening.
I
You'd
can't
stay at
believe you
3
did
this
that.
time.
I've never seen that. was tough. That
That's
is a tough
okay,
one to do.
actually, I guess. The extra money's not too bad. So we'll go sporting. We'll bowl. So this requires a footman. There, 2 gentry. So we're going to have these 2 gentlemen there. So we have Sir William Hawke and Daniel, the Earl of Asquith, come into play. So that's going to be a total of 600 quid. What was the whole point? Right, the whole point was to be able to use that, but I couldn't because I wanted the prestige. Alas, could not do so.
Reputation,
Or the
yeah.
reputation. I
Yeah.
mean, so 600. So there, used,
Soon, you
used.
can.
Yep, there. So now we're at 800. So what do we have here? I'm on the cusp of 4 reputation. Look at my objectives a moment. You know what? I think I'm going to hold off. We're getting to the builder holiday.
Yes, when you could buy a
next
bunch.
round where you can buy multiple. So I think I'm going to hold off because there's nothing that I'm super enamored with out here right now. And I'm thinking that being 3rd in turn order, I imagine the fellas are going to purchase something. And so there'll be some turnover and then maybe I can make some more money to be able to do something. So the turn of the Earl of Asquith is complete.
Okay. Fresh. These guys, I'm going to take a reputation from Martin, I believe is at the height. So I will bring you down 1. Sorry, spreading rumors and lies about you.
Rumours and lies.
Uh-huh.
If I spread rumours and lies about me, it would probably improve my reputation. But
I'm going to
there
go
we are.
here and use 3 gentry. Thanks, folks. Okay, come up here. That requires some ladies' maids, but it gives
There we
me 600. And then because, oh, I did not play that right. I might want to switch that to this guy. Oh, I don't want to though. That's so disturbing. I don't want any of those either, so I suppose I can wait to get money. Because I want.
Maria, what's the Reverend promo card?
Oh, I can't do him.
I'm guessing the Reverend can count as a family member.
I'd have to play this
That's
one,
my guess.
and I cannot.
Oh, I was
All right,
going to
so
look
maybe I'll wait
something
on
up.
her.
That's right.
Do I want to play this guy? That seems good. Oh, no. All right, I'll play her. That solves it. Okay, so 300, 2 prestige. And prestigious guest. Alice, Dowager Countess of Holt. I always wanted a dowager. The exceedingly wealthy dowager spent 9 years in India. She has a sharp tongue and an
Thank you,
uneven
Dan.
temper. She gives a lot of money, so I'm super happy with that. Very wealthy.
Dan.
Controlled by the designer.
Being taunted by the designer.
What is
Oh,
it?
wow, Martin, look at all those ladies in Jess's hand. Give me the rule book, please.
That's funny. That's funny.
I do have a lot of ladies.
That's funny. Okay.
Yeah. So buying. Do I want to buy anything? Let's see. I'm at 900. I can get anything out there. That's really expensive for the West Terrace.
It's very, very brown
So
and
I'm
red,
super
too.
interested. All right, that only goes to 2. Ooh, this one's not bad. You know this because you have the
Oh, it's
gable.
bad. You draw a lot of red when you use it.
draw a lot of red.
A lot of negative cards.
Yeah,
That's what I used.
that was bad for you. C4, T2, that was not great. Yeah, that was a really bad draw too. That one's not bad.
What's the flip of it?
I don't have a lot of
C3,
gentlemen over
T2,
here though.
Dismiss one.
Went from 1 to 4 points.
Dismissing.
Yeah, but you get to dismiss. Which
This is not bad. The flower
Dismiss one. I
round
have
brings
this to
me
dismiss
to
two
3.
guests.
Oh, that one's, so that is kind of the only one I would want. But you have to play 3 family with it. Like you said, that's not the best thing, but that does bring it to 5.
Okay.
900. Now, I'm going to wait as well because that builder's
Yep.
a holiday. I'll wait.
Done? All right. 12th round. So now you may buy as many as you can afford in a
Yes.
single turn. Starting with Chris.
Okay.
Well, at the end of your turn, obviously. So, Chris, you're up.
Reminder: 1 prestige for my gargoyles.
There you go.
Reminded.
Oh, he refreshes family members when you play him. Ooh. Interesting. The Reverend promo
refreshes
tile.
family
Oh,
members.
Or
right.
Yes.
promo
That would be
card.
nice.
He brings people back.
Yeah.
That's amazing. The Reverend.
Yes, holy men are so refreshing.
I know.
Okay. Interesting. I don't think I need to do that. Village fairs coming up.
So I feel like because not all the tiles have duplicates of them, some do, some do not. If anybody has, and before we discard objective cards, if anybody wants to know whether or not there are multiples of it, like for instance, there is a tile that is in play that I went looking for to see if there is a second one of them. There is. So
Okay.
just if you guys need
Okay.
to know any of that. Okay.
Oh, okay. Re-rotate my servants. This makes my decision easier. I was thinking of hiring, but my butler is still in the servants' quarters. So we'll play.
Last you will
So
not
last
be
we'll play
hiring.
croquet
All right.
anyway.
All right.
Requires a footman. Peter Viscount Townsend and Sir Alan Tutford,
Go with it.
something like that. They both require a valet or a valet. And we're getting some money this turn. 300, 300, and 100. So that's a
Sounds
total
like
of
700 pounds. Yep.
700. And I'll put it there with my other in my coffers. And then 2 reputation to get me to 5. 2 prestige to get me to 5 reputation.
For now.
I think it's termed. Until Jess's next turn. Okay. Unless someone were to be more prestigious than me by then. And then I can buy something. These guys
You can
are-
buy multiple somethings.
Oh, I can buy multiple somethings.
Right, as a
There's not
reminder.
You've got a lot of money burning a hole in your pocket.
You're croquet. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can match
So
these colors.
1,100 pounds.
Time to go mad.
What do you
So
all
this
looking
is the
Very
only
best that
bonus
Derbyshire could buy.
one, meaning with
Requires
plus.
more
Yeah.
than-
So otherwise it's face value.
for? What about casual guests? I don't. Okay. Yeah, I think I want this breakfast room. I had my eye on that for only
Okay.
300. That seems like a bargain for a breakfast
And
room.
refilling happens after he's done purchasing. To be clear.
Okay.
See, I have this one. I have that one. West Terrace. I was gonna save some money. And I think even though it's the builder's holiday, I think that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. Martin, you're up, and I will.
Refill. Well, rotate my service first.
Riding stables. I do feel obligated to point out it is a
600.
sporting tile,
It is indeed.
and it requires it's -1 on the backside is 2 points. Which where is everybody currently?
Jess is at 9.
9.
I have
Yes, that's
5.
not that high as far as
Yeah.
And what do
helping
you
you
have?
I'm at
with the
7.
totals.
I'm at 2. So
Thanks to the
okay, awesome.
billiards room, which
Right.
Right.
when flipped was quite nice. Okay, well, that may simplify my plans. So it's going to be finally a constitutional English garden. Been looking forward to this for ages. So I've rotated my service. Reminder, I can increase my...
And it does
I
its
think
job.
those things work.
And this one also,
There
because
you
it's
go.
a thing. So I'll put that up there,
Alright.
but it will be temporarily, as we'll discover
Well,
shortly.
I don't know. One of you two.
Because
Oh. the
my
American
guests
heiress.
includes a couple of very dodgy guests.
Bring them up here.
Oh yes, up here. So what do we have? We have 3 women, all requiring ladies' maids. So I'll require the housekeeper to join in.
Okay.
And of course we'll need a footman as well. So there's a lot of service required for this constitutional. So, Miss, what do we have? Why did I do this? You may be wondering. So the first thing is to note, I lose 5 reputation.
Actually, that's first.
Oh, yes, the money. So I do get a good chunk of money. I get
Yes.
700, 800. Yes, that's 800. Good.
And nothing on here, right?
Nothing on there.
Okay, all right.
Then, however, I lose reputation. So that 4 comes back. I lose a total of 5 reputation. Which is
Wow.
pretty nasty. But I think it's worth it. Not just for the money. Actually, not even for the money.
You
But
actually gain one back, though.
Yes, I will gain one back, thanks
Right, there
to
you go.
Lady Mary Russell. More importantly, however, I gain a prestige guest from the prestige guest pile. This is Richard, Duke of Longford. Ooh, man with lions. Wealthiest resident of Derbyshire. Duke cherishes rolling hills and green countrysides. If I play him, I get a VP card and £600.
Wow.
So that's not bad.
And what was he, a 6?
And he's a 6 to
Reputation?
play, so
Okay.
it's going to be a while, but, you know, I'll get there.
Yeah, it's points, though, right?
And then for the English garden, I take 2 prestige cards and keep 1,
Ooh.
which is very nice. So one of my options. Oh, there's a female. Christ for that. Mary Countess Coventry, level 6, gives a VP card and 4 prestige. She's wife to the enormously influential Earl Coventry. Surprise, surprise, with a name like Countess Coventry. The other possibility would be Carol, Duke of Hazelton, influential Duke, VP card, 3 prestige. Both of these require a good bit of service,
A bit.
but they could be handy. I'll keep the woman because I desperately need women in Cavendish family circle friends. And that, I think, is all. Yes, prestige, we've got the guests, we've got the money.
Yep.
So the English
Draw 2,
garden,
keep 1. Yes.
yep,
Oh,
the
yeah. There you go.
rotates. And future thing is 5 gentry of any kind can do a picnic in the English garden, so it'll be a bit easier. And as not as well as a top level card, I get to dismiss guests. Which, considering some of the guests I've got around, I'm going to need to do some dismissing.
You wish to purchase.
And I wish to purchase. It
One
is
or
picnic
more.
time, and I can buy quite a lot with 800.
You could purchase
you could buy
these 2
Anything.
or these 2.
I could, yes. But I think I'm going to go for the sporting. I'm going to spend 600, so I get 2 back, and prepare some riding stables.
Oh, another
Croquet
sporting
field.
tile. I have a croquet field.
You
And
cannot purchase a croquet field.
3 on the back
I
side.
always wanted 2.
Well, I mean, who doesn't, right? I mean, oof. All right. Well, the plan was now,
Don't forget to
Refresh.
Yeah.
and now I can do so. There we go. So 3 gentlemen. So we will have Captain Reginald Barrow. We will have Theodore Lodge, Esquire, and Zachary L. Esquire joining in the smoking room. So it requires a valet. We're going to get a total of 200 there. We will get 3 reputation, 1, 2, 3, which finally brings us up to 4 reputation, which matters because now we can do something with the English garden. So we have that, and we have 2 casual guests. So first one is, oh my, well, Lady Alison Thatcher. She is entirely.
Oh my god.
Sorry, that
That's
name has a
somewhere.
reaction to some of us of a certain generation in Britain.
Okay.
One Margaret, I imagine. Lady Alison is entirely without
goodness.
Ooh,
means,
that was
but,
scary.
but she has superb connections in London society. So she costs 200, but she gets a prestige guest.
That's
Similar to
pretty
the
good.
trade-off I had with...
That's
Yeah.
a decent trade-off.
Yeah,
It's quite a trade-off.
I'm okay with that. And then that's not too bad. He looks like Johnny Depp, kind of. We have what is that? Winston Napier, Esquire, heir to the family fortune. The handsome young Mr. Napier has recently moved to Derbyshire. There you go. So both of those in hand, not bad. So there. These have that's already flipped. And we are sitting on 1,000 now. And we are going to add to our estate, which I'm sure makes Jess happy to hear. So at 1,000, the croquet field's worth 600. So I could go for that, but I'll be honest, I'm so far behind that I think it's a lost cause. But it does, the fact that there are 2 of them.
How does that help you?
Well, it gets me closer, but because otherwise I'm punting on the final courtship. I feel like at the, you're at 9. I'm at 2. This would be a maximum of 5. So you would be at 18. I would be at 10. Yeah. So I think
He's
we're
already
going
at
to,
21 for total at the end too.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah,
Don't
because he's
forget.
got the.
Yeah.
It's hard at
No
this
need
point.
to look over here at my
Yeah,
screen.
he's quietly like
Please.
sitting on a very large number.
You know what? You know what's kind of interesting? Given the card I just drew, it would cost me 400, but I would be able to get 2 prestige guests
Ew.
That's pretty nice.
to be able to do that in a single turn.
Those guys come with points too.
Exactly. My thinking is the point value, and I need to be able to make it up somewhere. So that actually isn't a terrible idea. That would be 600, leaving me 400, which I then could kind of... I could go hard into this. That would be worth 4. That would be
If
worth
that comes up,
6.
that would
If
be.
it comes up, right? Which
You're
gives
kind of
me a leg
guessing at this
up.
point. It could
I
be.
have no idea, but you know what? Let's go ahead and do it. There's 1,000. There's 1,000. Let's go ahead. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But we'll give it a try. So there will be multiples
Right.
that come out now.
2 tiles.
Anything in particular you're waiting for? Yes. So we have a butler's pantry.
Well, that
Gain
gets
an
you the
under butler.
under-butler.
There we go. And we have a brushing room. Footmen and staff also can serve as valets.
There you go. That's what you
And the
need.
hierarchy, here, a moment. The hierarchy of those says it will be brushing room first, butler's pantry second.
Oh, and these don't flip, so that's it.
And there we go. And this other guy will just kind of hang out, waiting. There we go. And I am done. Westrex?
So I have a lot of footmen as well. Wouldn't be a bad thing for them to be able to do both. And this guy just does anything. Very interesting.
Thanks, Dan.
What do you
You
have for
said,
blue? You have 3 over there. for
Don't
blue.
chase the courtship. If you're
Yeah.
behind, find points elsewhere. And that's kind of what I was doing. Is
It's
okay.
too chancy.
I mean, $400
What
to
are you
get
for the
2
green? You
prestige.
have 2.
I'm currently sitting on 6, but if I flipped that, I would go up to 9.
Okay. So you're encroaching there too.
I'm encroaching.
All right. Fine.
So
Well-
we have 6 rounds.
I'm gonna come over
after
here.
Jess's turn.
I'm going to play these guys, and I'm going to remember to take my little reminder there of stealing reputation.
Not
Hi,
me.
Chris. I'll take yours.
What?
You're the highest. You're like, huh? What? Why?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
So there's that one, and then I get 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to get 500 pounds from her. This gentleman requires a lot of assistance, but he will give me
So
another 3. 1, 2, 3. And then she is accompanied by a prestigious male guest, so she also gives me 2.
well done.
And I have to take a casual guest. I don't really want a casual guest.
Oh, they're fun.
She's terrible. She's a gossip. Beatrice cares only for status, although she lacks it herself. Guests often find her tiresome.
Yep, Beatrice. That's,
I'm going
she
to need
talks
to
a
get
lot.
rid of her. Yeah, she does. All right. So that is that
And
turn.
I assume some shopping
I am
will
going to
take
do some
place.
shopping. That is going to happen. That was a lot of service I provided
And,
here.
and I guess we didn't explain what the under butler does. He does any male service role. So there you go.
All right. So I have 1,400. I definitely want this for 400. That would be, so the under butler would be 900. That doesn't seem as useful to me. The footman would actually be really useful for me because I have a lot of them.
There is that. So
How
essentially
much
you
do
have
I
4
need
valets.
them? I'm going to have to wait on this one. It's not the worst thing in the world. That one I just used is a little bit annoying for that.
You actually could buy 3 tiles.
Wow. I know. I saved up. I saved up, so that would be 500.
And something else.
So I'm kind of looking at these two. I want to be able to get the prestige guests. So let's see, that's 500, 600.
You have 500 left, so you can buy one of those.
No, because this is 600.
Check that.
So this uses 2 ladies to activate, but when it flips, it only gives me 3 points. This uses 3 family. Oh, and I could dismiss 4 guests. And that's optional, right? So can you...
Yes, it's always optional.
Can you dismiss 1 guest? Or do
Yes.
you okay, it's not an either or. So
Yep.
that's not bad at all. And that dismisses 2.
Or you don't buy the others, right?
Family. I know. So I could get all of this. That's 4, 8, and 5, right? So I could get all 3 of those. Or I got to make a decision in regards to this one.
Right, you could get that and have the
1,000.
sacrifice of one of those.
Or I could get those 3. So 4, 8, and 4. So that'd be 1,200. That's... it's... Oh, what theme is going to come out? Which one? I'm
me see the next
always going
theme
to have a
card?
footman available. No!
That was a
Show it
little
to
too
the camera.
convincing.
We'll all not look.
Right?
Oh,
All right,
that's
I
a
really
great... Let
want
me see it.
these.
Seriously, yeah. Everyone?
Oh, everyone else gets to see it but
Yeah.
us.
Hold on, everybody.
That's
look
really a
away.
good idea.
Okay. Okay,
it
there you
safe?
go. Yeah, I
Alright.
hope so. I didn't look. So
You
there
put
we
it
go.
down.
Yeah.
There we go.
Don't
No.
mention it in chat, whatever
Yeah,
it
Using
was.
it and
Not
flipping
even any comment about
I'll
it.
put it up. Yeah, so we know.
Flipping
There
it
you
gives
go.
me 3.
Keep it to yourselves.
All right. I'm actually
hold on.
going
Yes.
to what?
Maria brings up a good point. You could spend 2 rep for the 100 pounds that you're short as a reminder to be able to get all 4.
Oh, wow. Oh, Maria. Ooh.
That's it. That's legit. Yeah, right? Because that's 5,
No, I would be
9,
these, right?
9, yeah, and 6. That'd be 1,500. You're 14. Yes, it'd be
So it'd be those 3. I might want to because that's a lot of points. And I'm getting those each turn. Oh.
Yeah, it's
All
easy to
right.
forget the special actions. But
All right, I am going to do that.
All right, done.
So that gives me
Now we get
100.
to turn through the market.
I've never done that before, but yeah, I want to do that.
And now you just
So that was
I approve
500
this. Half reset.
plus 400, so 900. And this one was 600, right? So 4.
It's all of it. It was all fit. You were
figured it out.
so you
short
did
all of it, yeah.
Yep, just making sure.
All right, so here we
1,500.
go. Here are
Show me what I want.
3. There we go. We have the drawing room. We have the cabinet of curiosities.
And the West Slough.
And the West
So it's
Slough.
going to go probably like that.
I believe you are correct.
Let's see. Those purple
It
ones are
goes
a little...
essentials before prestige. Correct. Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
7 gentry will come to the West Slough.
So the Cabinet of Curiosities did come out.
It did, and there were 2 discarded objectives, just FYI, that had that we saw. And maybe that's not public knowledge normally, but for the stream, I don't think any of us
I
are-
discarded
yeah.
the cabinet of curiosities thinking.
All right. Good turn, J-Rex.
That was
New round.
Yep, round 13.
All right. Chris.
I'm passing.
Okay.
I'm deciding on a reset or $200.
Well, you got so much cash. That was one of the things
800.
that Dan and Maria were mentioning, that you don't need the $200 to wipe the...
Right. It helps. Yeah. Let's wipe them.
I hate you so bad right now, Glory to Rome.
I think he needed something.
It can still come back out.
It could, but it can't right
Put the
now.
butler back. And they go to the side.
You know,
while-
you pushed me over the edge a little, so you said.
I realized that I may have sold it a little hard. I was trying to have the opposite effect.
my
of it.
reminder.
You
I
keep
should be
doing
at
that. With,
5.
it's always with Chris, too. Don't sell hard to Chris.
I'm not, yeah.
Got everything you need?
Tennis court? Yes, all 6 are out. The North Library, we have a fenced paddock, we have another barn, we have a servant's quarters, and
The largest.
the largest wine
Wine
cellar.
Oh, I love that's my wine cellar.
All right, so the hierarchy here is service, then sporting.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't. You're
1,
right,
2,
never
4.
mind. Yep,
Oh,
there we go.
what about, is it
Oh,
barn then
between those two
servants,
it will.
I think?
Servants' quarters and barn.
Can you
Oh,
check
good
those?
call.
I believe
Sorry.
it's barn then servants' quarters,
I
but if you
believe
could
you
check
are
that.
correct. It is barn then servants' quarters. Yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
You made the
I
decision.
can't afford the wine cellar, unfortunately.
Very
It's
expensive.
800,
Yep.
and it's the largest one after all.
And to be clear, it is not the Builder Holiday anymore,
No.
so it's just one.
Right.
Dismiss a guest for 400.
Do I have a tennis? I don't have tennis courts already. That only flips to 3
Yeah,
points.
that killed me, Maria. That killed me. Hey, Portos. What's up? Welcome.
Head gardener is hired. All estate. Oh, that's the one Martin has.
Yeah, I would have preferred it
Thanks,
stuck in
Hannah.
the market.
Yeah, same.
But I wasn't a glory to Rome level of preference.
Oh, mine
but
was.
oh, good.
Dismiss one guy. Oh, that's a fence paddock.
Oh, when I play her.
I feel kind of. I'm not going to take any of those, I think. After doing that.
Wow, that seems spiteful now.
I'm taking
even-
your hat. We hope I'm hurting.
You do not.
No,
You
I,
do
Choke
not.
yourself.
I have a
Here,
thing. I
just
wanna do.
lean into it and just, yeah.
Oh, weird. Oh, this is minus on. Nope.
All right,
I'm going
Mark.
to settle my money.
All right.
All
Me.
right.
Well,
Who invited that guy?
Nice.
I don't know. I think,
I think we need to dismiss a guest. Can we use it? It just got meta. We're
Yeah.
going to dismiss a guest.
I like that.
okay.
Just like, bye-bye.
rotating servants. And so obviously one move I could do is push Jess on the for the
The
children by turning the riding stables over, but that requires a gentleman and a lady. I do have a lady, but
ladies.
unfortunately, she's won't come to the Cavendishes yet because we don't have the reputation for her. So, to that plan. So, you know, if all else fails, go for the money. I think it's time for a competitive game of billiards. Reminder to increase my reputation a little bit. So, competitive game of billiards. 3 gentlemen. I can line up in the red corner. Thomas Macmillan Esquire, the debonair Scotsman, who will bring me some money, but requires a valet. Colonel Walter Dalrymple, who also sounds rather Scottish, a war hero. Oops, up here so you can see what I'm doing. He also requires a valet, but will increase my reputation, which will be rather nice. And then, as somebody who doesn't require a valet, the Honourable Charles Beaton. Charles is the youngest of 3 sons of Viscount Harrow, and he's destined for a small parsonage. Parsonage being a basically village vicar.
All right.
For those who don't know the lingo. That's a typical thing for younger children of nobles. So, with those 3, I can do my things. So I provide the service. So I enjoy the favour. So first is money, £800 sterling. I get a good chunk of money for competitive games of billiards. I get 3 increase in reputation, 1, 2, 3, which helps to recover from the excesses of all these American heiresses.
Yes.
And I get to draw a piece of normal mystery meat, not the special mystery meat, but it's a good one. Sir Richard Branner, regarded as an elite horseman, travels with his own man, very handy for those of us short of servants, and will increase reputation and give me another contact in the local area. So that's nice. I will return the things to the things, put these in my discard pile, and contemplate this wonderful market of buildings that Chris has given us here.
You're welcome.
This is great.
And I think I'm going to spend 500 quid on the servants' quarters because I rather like the idea of being able to deploy a servant from the servants' quarters each term. Because I'm not exactly overwhelmed with staff here, and I think it could be a rather useful move.
And we have the Gable Conservatory
is back.
comes back.
That's the Gable Conservatory.
That's the one you wanted.
Yeah, right, yeah.
You're welcome.
All right. So I am actually really excited about this turn right here. So here we go. So I am at reputation of 4. So I too shall take a constitutional around the English garden. 3 ladies. So it requires a footman there. And lady number 1 will be Anne Marie, Comtesse de Vitry. There you go. Requires a lady's maid. Then we will have Lady Eleanor Chesterton, who will not be accompanied by a gentleman, a prestige gentleman, obviously, because it's 3 ladies. However, my newly acquired pauper will come into play. I have no money. However, I net 200. I'm okay with that. Then gain any prestige. I gain no prestige. However, but now I get draws. I get 1 mystery meat of the casuals and 2 draws, 1 mystery meat, and then draw 2, take 1 of the prestige. Seemed like a good thing to me. So we'll start with the casual to start, and ouch, -3 points. But I get to cause somebody a single attack of prestige. So gossip. Few believe Miss Perkin was an unkind soul, but it's unwise to confide secrets to her. So she comes into my hand. We'll go ahead and take mystery meat first. So this will be Lady Allison. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
What do we have here? Can't read the names from there.
Really?
We have Hazel,
This is
the
shtick.
Viscountess Cross. Despite humble origins, the wife of Viscount Cross is beloved. She lost a leg in her youth and requires extra aid. So she requires 2 ladies' maids, but gives you 3 reputation and 100 pounds. And then I get to draw 2 and choose. So here we go. Oh, they both, wow, this is actually kind of a tough call. So we have Thomas, Earl of Kellynch.
I can't see it. So.
All right. Kelly No.
It's Mike's.
Could be
Gibbs.
Kelly No. Kelly No. We'll go with that. The Earl is an avid sportsman traveling from estate to estate to hunt and ride. And then the stunning daughter of the Marquis Suffolk is an accomplished musician. Lady, the script is difficult to read, so bear with me. Lady Alessandra Suffolk. She's at a 5, he's at a 4. Reputation and a prestige, whereas cash, that's really hard. I think I'm going to go short-sighted, go with him. I have a lot of ladies. Get rid of her. There, there. English Garden flips. The ladies go into the discard. And purchasing, I have 200. Probably. I do have a barn
available.
right? So if I do any more English Garden, which get 5 cards, but I am about to hit the Village Fair, which is going to be an extra 300. I don't think that makes it around to me.
Especially if, well, yeah.
So it's
okay.
I don't think it's worth it. It's only worth 2 points. So it's a point per 100. I'd rather keep this for being able to replay cards. I'm done. That's it.
Okay.
Westfrix?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Brooklyn Moonshiner? Nice. All right.
I'm going to flip this. So we're going to come down here.
So what do we do
202 Gentry. Oh, in the beginning of my turn, that's right. I should move this up here. I'm going to steal a reputation. Let's see, you're just at 5.
I'm tied with Martin.
I'm just
You're
at 5.
just at 5. I did take from you last, so I'll take from Martin this time.
Oh.
Trying to be even.
that's
See, I'm
struggle.
nice and
Yeah,
fair.
very
The
magnanimous,
struggle is
thank you.
real.
Sorry. The rumor mill is
Right.
an issue. Okay. So now 2 Gentry. Oof. I have a tough decision to make here as far as money. We are going to get $100. I mean, $300. I don't know if I want this 100. I think I'll go with these guys. So I can use a footman for him because I have the tile that allows me to do that. And she's all set with this. That'll give me 3 reputation. 1, 2, 3. And 2 casual guests. Oh, be not horrible. We'll see. Oh, they're not. Yay!
Scoot over a little.
Sorry.
There you go.
They're not horrible. So the Viscountess enjoys bowls, lawn tennis, croquet, and other activities out of doors. Well, that's good because I have a lot of sporting over here. So this is Elizabeth Viscountess Peel. And then Miss Beatrice, another Beatrice Bonham, is the niece of the well-respected Viscount Charles from the North Riding of Yorkshire. Not bad. She gives some, they
So
both
wait.
get prestige.
I mean, you do have all the
Reputation.
sporting thematic. Oh, you get to keep them both?
Yes, it was 1 and 1.
Oh, nice. Well, that worked out.
That was
didn't
that,
it?
and then my 200 from here.
All right.
So that comes down and flips.
Can you push your board up?
Yeah,
Or
I
just
will.
take
Give me a
that out?
second while
Yep,
I
no worries.
finish these guys off. There. And then I can remove this and do that. And I only have 200. I could get the barn. It is 2 points, as you said. I don't shrug my shoulders at 2 points.
I don't either, but I have bigger plans for my quiche.
I'm not sure I do, because you have to take turns to flip them to get those points. Do I want anything else? That's 300.
Glad my wife isn't watching. This would be another Insta-buy.
I'm gonna have to refresh at some point. Am I gonna have what I need?
Oh, it's a reading comprehension. I'm just glad I caught it now.
Did you?
Yes.
Arg.
So,
Let me look at those objectives.
One casual guest, it doubles the favors.
Yes.
A casual
Casual
guest.
guest.
Right,
This
you
is
had
true.
that.
Well, because I was
There
looking
is
at
that
these.
Oh, those would be very
Oh,
good.
yeah.
And I'm like,
Yes.
oh, but
One
yeah,
for
no.
that. That isn't worth it.
Yeah.
And if I take that, I'll get a reputation. That is not that great. And whoever takes that, you'll be at 2, 5. Yeah, whoever takes that monument.
I don't know who it could be. I have room for a wine cellar. Just
I
saying.
know. It brings you to 7, so that doesn't really help me.
But that's not one of these yet. It could be.
It could be. We don't know. Oh, I want the wine cellar, and I cannot. Because that is
You could go back on
900. Oh, so
like,
much reputation.
8.
Just lose all my reputation.
14
What would I need?
reputation.
I would need, no. I'm not going back 14 reputation.
Ouch.
Right?
Don't forget reputation's points, right?
I know. I guess, because it's 1 point. Anyway. Nah, I'm going to leave that.
All right.
Done.
Yes.
All right. So
The village
everybody-
fair.
There we go. So everybody gets 300 pounds and 2 rep.
All right.
Okay.
Reminder. Gargoyles.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Go into the breakfast room with 4 gentry. You need the housekeeper. And Miss Fairchild's coming back. Housemaid. Peter Towson needs a valet or valet. And Sir Alan Futford needs a valet. And Marianne Waters. Okay. So, let's see. Money, I'm getting 400. Well, let's take a 5 and put a 1 back. Prestige, I'm getting 6 because she gives me the bonus to have it with the prestige mail with her. So that'll move this up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going from 5 to 6.
You see, you should have taken from him.
Well,
Apparently.
and I'm getting a casual guest and a prestige guest. So
All right.
there we go.
Casual.
All right.
Nice, another American heiress.
Oh, minus
All right.
3. Oh,
Oh,
Derbyshire's
my goodness.
crawling with American heiresses.
my
yeah.
Oh,
That's terrible.
all right.
1840s were a
glory
bit
in
early
Rome.
for
All
this
right.
amount of American heiresses.
And a dowager, Countess of Bristol, gives me
rather
the-
better.
I heard it. We're counting it.
Oh, yeah, that was the second glory of Rome I gave to that deck. All right, but I did get a nice prestigious guest and some money, which I can hopefully renovate. Okay. Those are going into my hand. Those are going there. We are putting these there. Did I not rotate my servants? I believe I did not.
I don't think you did.
I used 2 greens, purple. No, I
Oh,
did.
no, you did.
I did.
There you go, yeah.
There you go. I
There you
had it
go.
right there. All right, I'm going to put
And
this
remember,
back and flip
the
it.
new acquisitions go into your hand, not into your discard.
Right, they went
Okay,
into
good.
my
All right.
deck
Yes.
now instead of a hand,
That
I
is
think.
no, that yeah.
Yeah.
That is a jack and not a,
It's
seriously,
mostly negative
show-
points, don't get
But
afraid.
look, show folks
Yeah.
like how that's his hand.
That's my
Right,
hand.
That's
Mm.
amazing. Right. All right.
Yeah, a lot of negatives.
All right.
Okay, I'm buying the wine cellar
All right. For
for
900.
900. So there we go.
And we have a music room.
Very nice music room.
And
So my go. So I'm really can't do any activity, unfortunately, because even with my servants rotating and being able to pluck one out of the servants' quarters, I just haven't got the staff. Considering my guest possibilities here, pretty much everybody needs something, and are mostly guys needing valets.
well, can't you
So-
use them? Right.
I can only take one. I only can take one servant from the
Oh,
servants'
it's only
quarters.
one.
So, for instance, a billiards room, I could just about squeeze it, but I need 2. I'd need to pluck both
Gotcha.
the butler and the
Well,
valet in order to
and,
pull it
don't
off.
forget.
I could spend reputation to it, but I don't. I'm getting worried about the reputation,
Understood.
particularly since I've got 2 6-pointers in my hand. I really want to get that reputation up.
Understood. Understood.
So I'm thinking there's 2 possibilities. I could do a bit of servant hiring, see if I could pick up some footmen, which could be useful. Or I could just go for passing. And I think a pass is probably the thing to do because I've got a lot of good cards in here, including some really good punch-uppers for the reputation. And I think it's time to pass.
Okay.
So pass it is. Reclaim the deck. Service fully refreshes. So now, do I refresh or do I collect the money? And that's a bit more tricky because I'm not got a huge amount of money. So if a refresh brings some good tiles into the game, it's not exactly going to be great for me.
Remember, money is worth 200 is worth 1 point.
Yeah, I'm thinking I can spend it on better than that.
True.
So what's out there? Well, there's a couple of possibilities.
Yeah.
The barn I've already got, so that's out. The fenced paddock could be interesting. It would actually, is that one of these? Yeah, not really. Tennis court. Yeah. I think I'm going to go for the fenced paddock. 400. 400, 300.
It's 300.
Cheap. I'll take that twice 2 gentry, which is handy because that way it's not needing ladies, and that's of course anything that
So we
needs
need a
ladies
tile. Thank
is an
you.
issue.
Another West Saloon.
All right. Refresh. And the fact that butlers can't be footmen is frustrating me right now. Okay, so I've been trying to figure out how to make this happen. So I can't use either of my estate tiles. I can't use this right now.
What? Oh, did you already refresh your people?
I just did, yeah.
Okay.
And I could do the bowling green, but that feels so unsatisfying. However, if I were to pass, I would be able to refresh the builder's market. And that's right before the objective cards. Or I could stall. A moment, let me look. Footman wise, I just don't need a bunch of them. I could.
They are worth 2 points each, though, at the end of the game.
There is that. And I wouldn't need my butler, and that would move up. But I wouldn't be able to refresh the market. I'm not spending 4 4 rep to be able to do that. I could spend 3 right now. You know what? Actually, that's what I'll do. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're going to do that to refresh him. Bring the English Garden out. And, oh, it's 5 gentry. Hold on. 1, 2. Oh, I can't even do that. You know what? We're going to stay on target. Never mind. 1, 2, 3. Butler's room. Gonna hire 2 footmen. There. Done. There. There. It's 2 points. I feel like that may have been a mistake, but we shall see.
4 points. 2 each.
Oh, fair point.
Not bad. It's
Right,
really
yeah.
not a bad thing to do.
Man, that barn is calling to me if I'm gonna start using these.
Right? It's your reputation.
I need to stay at 4, so I can't spend the 200 to get this one, because when that flip, it's only 4. No, it's not worth it.
Oh, only flips to 4?
4 gentry. Yeah, 6 points and 4 gentry, but no, I think. Yeah, why not? I'll spend the 200.
Not a bad thing.
I'll get the barn. Points are points, right?
Yep.
Plus, right now, it's the only way that I have a chance for the tile to come out that I'm really, really hoping for.
Ready? Let's go.
Let it be it.
Breakfast room. That is not
That's
it.
been out there.
Oh, okay.
All right, so that is J-Rex's turn.
Okay, these guys are coming out. Yep. I'm still gonna do what I was thinking. I'm gonna go for money.
Money, money.
Money! And this plays for gentry. So these 2 are gonna come out. Oh, in the beginning of my turn, again, I steal 1. Who am I stealing from? That'd be you.
Womp.
Wah. And then I get 4 reputation. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to take the 100 on him, the 400 here, so that's 500. And then I can get a guest or dismiss one. That is an interesting conundrum. I'm going to dismiss this Abutress,
Okay.
who was -1.
No, goes to the bottom of the deck.
Oh, does it? Well, she's terrible. Here,
I'll get to her eventually.
all right. Yeah, you probably will.
Can I see the tile bag?
All right, so that's going
The
there.
tile bag.
Oh, bag, yeah.
These 4 go here. That's already
Yeah,
flipped.
I think I'm going to have to.
So I have
objectives
1,000.
coming up.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with
Which is frustrating.
the music room.
Okay, for 600.
Yeah.
When you're done, go ahead and draw, mix them up and
So
draw a
that's
tile.
700 one back.
And we have the fence paddock. Okay, so we go into courtship. So who we're
It's,
looking at sporting.
Sporting.
1 round of sporting.
I have
It's
12.
between Martin and Jess.
I think Jess has it.
Easily.
All right. All right, so you lose
Return your
You lose.
the lady. There we go.
There we go.
And
Fitzgerald, right?
yep, give her the top VP.
I can use Footman as that green one, so I can get a lot of reputation. No, I want the prestige guest, so I'm going to take her.
Okay, and here we go.
It's service.
Oh,
Oh.
well,
That helps the wine
Yeah,
cellar.
you're
was a
all
good
set
wine
over
cellar
there
for
with
a
the
chef.
Wine cellar works well.
7, so that's that. He's got service.
Well, it's the last one though, right? It's all of them combined. No.
okay, we pass the. There we go. And
Oh,
Oh,
we
that's
lose
right.
one, I guess, and then we're gonna
Yes.
get 2.
so here's the one that's been frustrating me from the beginning of the game. The smoking room, which I got on the very first turn, I think, and the drawing room. There is a drawing room that was out here. It was out here, Chris. It was here.
Is there
And-
more than one?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm good.
that's the other one.
I was going to
So,
say, I think I got one of
Yeah.
those.
I'm playing
This
a
one I'm
similar
keeping.
game.
Well, who
This
wants
would
French
be
garden
nice.
anyway?
Wow. Wow. You. Oh, it's a French.
French garden, not an English garden. Who wants a French garden?
Okay.
So I have a choice here, which is tricky. Bird in the hand or bird in the bush.
I'm going with bird in the bush. Tossing out 3 points.
That's tricky.
See if I lose
You
my
got
turn.
something good there then. So we're down to 3, right? We're discarding down to 3.
Yep. And then you're about to gain
2 more.
And
Well,
you have to shuffle.
this is 1 point out. And yeah, all right. So I'm going to get rid of that. That's only 1 point.
So you know what? I'm actually going to shuffle these first.
Then deal them out.
Why? I think we have enough.
No, we don't. We're too short.
So put 2 in and then shuffle. Is that the best way?
Yeah, I
of doing
would
it?
have put 2.
There you go. Yeah. So here, I'll
I'll
shuffle
guarantee we
these
get
up.
the new ones. I'm
There
not
we
quite
go.
sure
So
what the
1,
official
2.
procedure is,
There
but
we go.
that feels
So
better.
there, and then I'm going to shuffle these up so 2 of the ones are existing. We've
Dan will
already
tell us
seen.
if we're doing
Right.
it wrong.
And if not, it works for me. It seems reasonable.
almost
if
perfect.
nothing else.
Yeah.
2 objective cards short. I'll take a good one.
Give me the good ones. Really? Come on.
Sorry.
That was insanely not look. Don't look.
Okay, go ahead.
Where? All right. There.
Well, that makes-
Really?
You're gonna
Well,
have
that
to
was
lose
useless.
one
I
of
haven't
them.
seen either of these, so there's that.
Okay. Same.
Well, and we still discard one at the end. So.
Yep.
Correct.
All right.
All right,
Fine.
look at your player boards for a moment. So there we go. Oh, move that. I forgot I zoomed in. There we go. Okay. All right, done.
Well, there's a national holiday coming up. That allows, of course, to use any kind of prestige. I'm thinking I ought to try and do something clever to take advantage of it. But as it is, I don't need the prestige to be able to do what the national holiday to do what I need to do to get my 2/6 prestige guests out. But I'm still going to do that anyway, because it might work out well. So, don't need to rotate my service. I'm going to go with English Garden and a picnic. So that will gain me a prestige, a rep for that, and a rep for using my estate again, thanks to my excellent grounds. I'll need a footman there. And what am I going to play? Well, I'm going to bring out the dodgy adventuress again, because she will get me a prestige guest, and I think it's worth it for that, even though she's going to cost me in reputation. I'm going to bring out Henri Albert Plantagenet again, because he's still flirting with Lady Jane Cavendish, and that will boost me a lot in prestige. And then I really need people who don't need service, because my servants, although I've got the servants there, I'm kind of holding them back for next turn. So I'm going to bring out a couple of non-servant required, sort of fairly pleasant local gentry to go with it. So that will be my activity. I will require a lady's maid and a valet for these 2. But other than that, I'll be cool. So now I can enjoy my benefits. So money-wise, nothing. Nobody brings me any money at all, which is a shame, really, I guess. But I'm going to live with it. Then prestige is interesting. So I gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but lose 2, so I gain 5. So that will flip this over and put me up into the 6 category, which is what I wanted. Then I get quite a few guests. So I'll get 3 non-elite guests. So I take 3 pieces mystery meat from the local gentry. And what do I get? Excitement mounts. What do we have? 1 bit of red right away. It looks a bit dodgy. Oh, cad. I'll get a cad. So Bentley Churchill. A cadver. Lacks all the proprietary of his father. Pursues ladies with abandon. And he's quite wealthy. So he brings in some money if you play him, but he's a cad. Then I have Miss Eden, who is kind of boring, but she's engaged to marry somebody nice, so that's okay. And Count Hoyos, a mysterious figure in the county, but well connected in London society. Notice he will give me an elite guest. That's
Prestige, yes.
a prestige guest. That's very nice. So those are my 3 locals, not too bad. And then on this side, I then pick up 2. One for the English Garden and one for the Adventurous. 2 nice prestige guests. What are they? Madeline, Countess of Knollwood, Viscountess, lives humbly, very well connected, invites more prestige guests. And the Dowager Countess Claire also invites prestige guests and gets me a VP card, but requires 2 ladies' maids to look after her because she's so needy. But that's an interesting pairing, both fairly low prestige. Reputation required, so so I don't actually need the holiday at all. So that's what we have. I don't think I've missed anything out. I expend those for service, and I can dismiss 2 guests from my English Garden. Get rid of perhaps a bit of the chaff from all this stuff in here. I'm not. The heiress might give me a bit of money if I get to play this again. I could dismiss her later. I don't really want the cad. The cad can go, so that's 1 gone. And then another will go, I suspect. What else is negative victory points? Well, there's Elizabeth Jones, of course. She's done well for me, but I've got plenty of other people with connections, so I think she can go too. Thank you. You did really nice. Bugger off. I'm sure if I was a lord, I would say it in a much more appropriate way. So I discard down here, this comes back here, and it's time to go shopping. I've only got 300 quid though, so all I can buy is tennis courts. Do I buy tennis courts? Yes, I do buy tennis courts.
Okay, so I have 6 cards left in my hand. Okay, so I refresh first. So I have a really, really tough call right now.
I will slip out for a moment.
So here we go. Here's the tough call. Is I actually can play a amazing hand of 5 cards for the gentry and be able to dismiss 2 guests and get a prestige guest.
Sure.
I mean, this is a really, really good turn.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, if I choose to do so, my next turn essentially must be a pass, which is the national holiday, which that is my easy chance to be able to get into the stateroom without being at 6 rep.
Oh.
So the question is, do I pass now or do I pass on that? Because this is a really, really good hand. And before someone asks, I would, let's see, I would get...
You get past it.
I would only get two rep right now. So I would get to 5, which is not 6.
No.
I think I got to pass. I hate doing that. Oh, wait, we should refill here first. Sorry.
Could change things.
We have a drawing room.
Yay. Is that where you... No, you want smoking room, right?
Lloyd Rome to the deck because it comes out right after I've discarded it. Didn't want those points anyway. So I would have my entire hand and be able to, and that flips from 5 to 8. That's 3 points, but I know I can make up the points here, and I still might be able to do that by the end of the game.
That's true.
You know what? Plus, if I do pass next turn, everybody that I'm about to use would then be refreshed. Yes. All right.
Take your
here
turn.
We go.
Do it.
So the English Garden will go here. So it requires a footman. There. So here we go. 5 gentry. So there we're going to the adventurous. So I'm going to lose 1 rep. But then we have 1 valet. We have 1 lady's maid. We have 1 more valet, and finally there. So
Well
that's everybody. Whew. All right, so here we go. So what do we have? As far as income, we get 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be 500 there. Then we go into reputation, which is 3, minus 1, which is 2. 1, 2, which gets me to 5. Then, as far as draws, we have 2 casuals. Oh, gets me a prestige. Nice. And, wow, we have another heiress.
800 pounds.
But 3.
With 3 and near the end
Wow.
of the game.
Well, I have to take them both. And then, 1 prestige, right? Yep.
Oh, nice.
There
Look,
we
you
go.
could get a
Or-
lot of...
Right, so
Or
get some of that
reputation.
back.
Yes.
Interesting. So they come back into hand. All right. And that was a net of 2 points if I don't However, I also get one more prestige, which not worth a lot of points, but she does get me a whole lot new folks. So we have, without debate, Lady Eleanor is the most gregarious and connected socialite, native to Derbyshire.
Nice.
All right. Now I can dismiss 2 guests. Do I dismiss the 2? Well, I know I'm passing for next turn. So, you know what? I think we're going to dismiss one of the ones that we just gained. I'm going to hold on to the heiress for right now, and we'll go ahead and dismiss her as well. So those are the 2 dismissed guests, Chris, if you could. There.
I can.
Everybody and their mother is used. Everybody goes into my discard. There. Whew. And we're at 800, which, oh, look, I could get the drawing room, if only. Looking at these, let's see. Not there. Not there. Have that. It's worth 4 points if I use it, but I may not use it. No, I'm done. Not purchasing.
Okay. These guys over. I'm going to take a reputation from you, Chris. Move up 1. Use my tennis court because I only have 2 left, and that will give me 400. And let me use these 2, which I'm going to use the housekeeper as a backup lady's maid, as she is wont to do. She is a loyal staff member, and she is available. So I'm going to do that. So the money is 400. I get to go up 2 reputation. And
On the cusp. Well
I'm
done.
going to take these.
Look at those chops.
Gresham.
Those are
Yes.
Those are
Eccentric Lord collects natural specimens from all over
Very
the world and
nice.
is eager to share his passion.
May I?
Yes.
Display the chops.
Yeah, these are impressive chops. I mean,
And now
wow.
scarily,
Like, you
I'm
could
gonna take
break
Great
those.
those. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, at least it's not negative points. Penelope Atwood gives me, is warm and generous with little to offer except good cheer and a kind heart. All right.
Yes, Maria, that was a really good draw with the 4% or 4 rep to be able to get me to the 6, so I can flip the stateroom. So that's really, really nice. So.
All right, so now I can buy. I think I will spend 300 to purchase the North Library.
And don't forget, y'all, along with liking and subscribing, if you guys are enjoying the content that we're putting out, consider supporting the show over at pledgehc.com. The reminder is in the bottom right of the screen. The music room comes out worth 3 points on the front, 6 on the back. Party in the front, music room in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. All
All
right.
right.
Sir?
To describe what's been going on over here.
Yes.
I was on this turn where I passed first player to Martin. So I had 6, 7 turns between
Right,
our
6,
turns.
yes.
I saw the tile, I saw come and go. And there it is again, the music room.
Nice.
So hopefully I
You
can
can
afford
relax
it.
now.
Hopefully I can afford it now that I told everyone what I want. But
Yep.
I was planning on making money and points this turn anyway. So, reminding myself to get 2 from my wine cellar and the gargoyles. Refresh my servants. All right. We're going to make points by getting rid of negative points this round. So we're admiring the blooms in the flower room. Yes. Let's see. So this is going to allow me to dismiss 2 guests. I need 3 ladies, and in order to get one that makes me some money, I'm going to need to refresh one of my servants and take a hit on my 1, 2, 3. So the ladies' maid can attend to my American heiress,
Disgraceful.
who's going to make my reputation go down even more.
Disgraceful.
But I need that music room. My guests are clamoring for it.
Things that we'll do for a music room.
I'm getting
You'll
500.
consort with Americans for a
Getting
music room.
500. Money. And I'm trashing 2 from that, and I'm going to use the Viscountess to trash another card.
So 3.
So I'm getting, basically, 3 points from getting rid of that -3. And another 4 from those -2s. So, I think I'll pass them now. I think I'll buy the music room.
All right.
All right.
And we have...
A main library.
All right, it's okay. Just made it onto the paper. No big deal. All right, the main
it's that
library.
one.
So this one says take an objective card. You actually can score a 5th objective card at the end of the game, just FYI. All right, so we are in National Holiday. So right now, this round, these numbers no longer matter,
Yes.
okay, as a reminder.
When flipped. Okay, we'll rotate the service and host an activity. Well, I'm pretty much sure I'm going to go off to the tennis court for a bit of tennis, increase my reputation for my wonderful sculpture garden that keeps giving and giving. And then 2 gentry, and I actually have quite a lot of quite nice gentry to choose from, which makes it an interesting decision as to where to go for the Splendulos. I get 300 quid anyway for having tennis, which is quite nice. I think what I want is more options, though.
While you're thinking, go ahead.
Okay.
Just as a reminder, or actually not really a reminder because I haven't told you guys, but we, Dan over at Kayenta Games has offered up a giveaway for us to give away a copy of this. So for those of y'all watching now, and today is what, Thursday? Yeah,
Yes.
we'll go with that. So we'll go ahead and let this go for a week. If you email contact@heavycardboard.com with the subject line Obsession Giveaway, and you put in the word Derbyshire, you have to spell it correctly though. And also, I've been racking my brain about what to think about for you guys to give us as far as feedback. But yeah, everybody give us one piece of feedback for the show. It could be positive, corrective criticism, or something positive that we're doing. You tell us, you enter that, and we'll do a drawing next Thursday and announce it on the following stream following that. That work? All right, so contact@heavycardboard.com with Obsession Giveaway in the subject line, Derbyshire as the word, and give us one piece of feedback about the show, be it the YouTube streams or the podcast. Sound good? And
Sounds good.
thanks again to Dan over at Kayenta Games for the giveaway.
Mm.
Cool.
Thank
All right,
you, Dan.
there we go. Martin,
Okay.
continue.
Yes, I was burbling, but I had actually decided what to do.
Okay,
But there we
fair
are.
enough.
So, tennis court, I'm going to have tennis. I want more prestige guests. So I'm going to have 2 people that will get me prestige guests. She requires 2 ladies' maids, which I'll have to bring in the housekeeper. This I can pluck from the servants' quarters, the footman, to do the footwork on that. Okay, so that service has been provided. So now it's down to the benefits. So 300 quid, which is always nice to have. I get a VP card, which is also nice to have. And I get to take 2 prestige guests. So let's see what I've got.
Wow.
1, 2. Okay, so on the top we have Agnes, Marchioness of Easton. Can't read it very well. This typeface is a bit tricky on my old eyes, I'm afraid, Dan. The well-known Marchioness hails from London. Impeccable reputation, increases my reputation by 3 and gives me a victory point card. And then I also have Count Dmitry Konstantinov, hailing from St. Petersburg, who has spent a decade in London society. He will also get me more prestige guests. So that's, I think, a good pairing to get. I'm happy with that. Got the VP card, got there. They go into expended service. My tennis court flips, which will give me victory points. And I am ready to purchase. I've only got 3. So all I could buy would be this infamous gabled conservatory.
That has come and gone and come and
But
gone.
everybody keeps passing on. The question is it worth it, or is it worth me holding the money back?
Ask Chris,
or-
because he's used it multiple times.
He
to
has
his
used it multiple
chagrin.
times.
He's like, let me tell you,
Usually
this
bring
thing
American
is not
accents. They
helpful.
love
I'm not
gabled
feeling I'm going to
conservatories.
use it, especially because I'm still not as strong as I'd like to be on the ladies' front. So I'm going to give off the gabled conservatory and pass on the game to Edward. Yes, the tennis match is rather interesting since one of them is sort of very ill and unable to take part. But I guess they're just watching tennis. We have plenty of handsome young men playing tennis for them, if that's what they're into.
For passing. It kind of hurts to do so right now.
Everybody's going to have to.
Yeah. So it hurts, but I feel like it's the right thing to do. So passing there. Get to
Reclaim your deck.
reclaim, my deck there, and I'll go ahead and take actually the 200. And then I can shop. I'll spend the 800 and get the main library.
Ooh, wow. Is that 800? It's plus 100. It's 9.
9, good catch. 900. So be it. So there we go. And the main library says take 1 objective card when I play
that's
it.
not a bad
So
one. Yeah.
I actually can score a 5th one,
Sure.
as I mentioned. So there we go. All right. And we have a billiards room. There we go.
I do not have a
And
billiard
I am
room.
done.
Oh no.
she did not.
It's
have.
nary at a state without a billiards room.
Hey, Uva.
What shall I do? Let's
All right.
see.
Have a good one. I'm sure you'll catch
Which
up.
one is 10
Right?
for you?
I'm unattackable at this point.
On what? No. I'm
Oh.
looking for that final
Oh.
thing. So I'm looking at the final thing. You have that large wine cellar. So you're at 7 there. You double over there, which is 10. So you're at 17 plus your...
Right.
He likes this, yes.
So
And
while
then
you're
at-
thinking about that, and actually Jess brought up a good point that if you would prefer, we'll also open up the entries over on Twitter. That if you use hashtag obsession and you talk about
31.
why you enjoy Heavy Cardboard's content, and you tweet about that, tag Heavy Cardboard at
How am I
Heavy
doing?
Cardboard, and
You're
I will
34.
that will also give you an entry
That'd bring you to 44.
for the giveaway. Cool. And we'll cut it off at, say, midnight Thursday, rolling into Friday, so a week from right now. That works. I think that
Okay.
works. There you go. Oh, good. Mike, happy to help. It says, excited you picked this one. Got it from my wife for Christmas. The teacher will help me get it to the table.
Interesting.
Should I want that?
Interesting.
about it?
This is so interesting. Okay,
All right.
so I've made my decision. I am
Okay.
going to pass. Oh, these guys come back over. They don't even fit.
I know,
My house
right?
is not big enough.
There's a big up in
Reclaim my deck.
200 or wipe.
I'm going to get 200, and I'm going to buy the Gabled Conservatory.
You should use that. Yeah.
Because that was 700. I only had 700, so I could not get the billiard room. Oh, I could have gone back to...
You could have. And before we draw it.
Yeah, give me a sec. Oh, that's such a hard
So
decision.
that was technically there.
Right. If I want to go back to, I could get that. Here's 300. And you'd definitely be able to get it. And then flip it. Such a chancy thing. Oh, but reasons. No, I'm going to stick with it. Okay.
All right.
And the draw is... Oh, we have writing
Oh,
stables.
riding
Come on.
stables.
Okay.
Well, there's probably less.
Ah, thank you. Yep.
Oh, but that takes care of it. You can't buy both. And it's close enough, so that was a very good decision on my part.
What am I behind by?
A
You tell
lot.
me. Well, no, okay, we'll see what happens.
That's fine.
I'm behind by a lot, and then I shouldn't worry about it. I'll just get things for points. It's my turn now, right? Reminder to 6. I was going to invite 5 people to something. Let me refresh my servants. I think I'm breaking fast. Let me see. Oh, I can invite 3 gentry for prestige. Maybe I should do that. One moment. Okay. All right. We're going to use that music room. We're going to send a butler there. We're inviting these 3 honorable guests. 3 gentlemen. Do they have to be gentlemen? Well, they do because I have a lot of valets as available servants. So, getting 4 up to 7. Getting 1, 2, 3 more. I'm getting $100 and $400, which is $500. And wiping my board.
We're all thinking so studiously.
It's getting a little quieter as the points are coming into view. I'll put the music room down here. 800 will buy me a billiards room and a riding stables. The billiards room will be 3 gentlemen. I'm gonna have 2 more turns. Could we make it happen? Yes. All right.
I need 3 turns. That hurts.
Aha. Okay. All right. Billiards room is coming my way. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna buck back.
Oh, we have an imported marble floor.
That would look nice.
Right? It is pretty.
It is pretty. Put my reminder back.
All right, and penultimate round, Martin.
Me to lead off. Actually, that reinforces what I was going to do. So rotate my service. It's going to be the billiards room again, which will give me another thing there. That will put me on to 7 reputation, which is a good position to be in, although not as good as some. And in the billiards room, that will require a butler, of course. A couple of gentlemen that require footmen each, and 1 dude who does not require anything. So, that's service provided. What am I going to do with that? Well, first I'm going to take 800 quid worth of money. I see a marble floor in my future. I also get to take 2 regular guests and 2 prestige guests.
Wow.
So there were 2 regular guests.
Got a lot of
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
he
not a
does.
good one. She's okay. Miss Blowers, the niece to the Marquis of Suffolk, a lover of horses and an accomplished rider. And a pauper, Miss Agnes Harpstead, spinster, has had a tragic life. Beloved for her lively mind, but a pauper, so, you know, got to bear that in mind. And then our 2 prestige guests. We have Albert, Marquess of Thornhill. Very nice. I'm probably not going to have a chance to play him, but he's worth 5 victory points, which is pretty good. And, whoops. We also have the Honourable Regina Washburn, beautiful daughter of Viscount Hampton, a talented artist and very well connected. Oh, that is good. So, yeah, all my guests, all my money. That's back. Billiards room returns. It's done well, that billiards room. It's been a hotbed of action. And, 800 plus 300. Oh, I've just enough. I will take the imported marble floor, because I like an imported marble floor. Cindy will be proud of me. And that's my go.
A moment. I don't need that, so I think I can do this. I'm trying to figure out how to maximize my last 2 turns, obviously. I need 4. I have 1, 2, 3. I'm 1 short. Okay, so can't use her. Might not be too bad. Actually, hold on. A moment. Sorry, guys. 2. So that would give me 6. Minus 3 is 3. 1, 2, 3. I need 2 more. Oh, need to refill. That could change things. Tennis court. It's not. I think I have to do that instead. Okay. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, here we go. English Garden coming into play again. That will go there, and I can play 5 Gentry. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. 4, 5. There. Whew. There we go. All right. So we start off with getting money, which will get me 800 quid. There. Then reputation 4, 6, because he's here. 7, 8. Minus 3 is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That gets me up to 6. And then for draws, I'm going to get 1 here. Oh, he's back. All right. And I get 2 here. It's worth 4 points. That's really all we're worried about at this point. That's worth 3. That's not nearly as good as what I'd hoped for, but then I can dismiss 2 guests, and the 2 that I'm going to dismiss are the last 2 negatives that I have in my deck. Unfortunately, I was never able to use her, but we're going to go ahead and get rid of these 2 ladies here. So that's me 4 points in a sense. And the last question then is, okay, do we purchase anything? I'm sitting on 900. There. And any points really out there? Because I'm not going to be able to use the buildings. So it just doesn't make it worth it to me. I think I will look for the next round and see if there's anything. I'm done. There we go.
Alrighty. Reminder, I'll take a reputation from you. Forgot to do that last time. And then 3 gentry. I can do these guys. So 1, 2, 3. And that gives me, let's see, so we started with money, right? So 500. Reputation is 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next.
Yes, Dan, shoving the heiress out the servant's entrance while relieving her of her hand.
Two of these.
Pretty much exactly what we just did. Thank you.
Guys.
Don't come again.
That's not bad.
Yes, thank you for the marble floor. Bugger off.
And that's that. That tile is already flipped, right? Nope. All right, so those are expended. And now what do I want to do? So I could get a drawing room, hope to flip it to get 5 points there. Or I could get this, hope to flip it. It's only 4. It's 2, but green is doubled. So this seems my better bet. No, this is actually less money too, but that has an extra point, and I don't need the money for the last round. So that seems like what I'm gonna do. Do I have some? Oh, that would be 1 more point. Did you figure it out, Chris? What are we at? I don't even know. You keep asking me, and I can't remember.
I'm not paying attention to it, and I'll be surprised at the end.
You're gonna see what it is.
I'm
All
picking
right.
the thing that's best for me.
I'm almost there.
Okay? You want to add?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Well, you can add if you want. I'm at,
I don't wanna add
40, and if I do this, I can get to 45. But I think you beat me.
20, 23, 32, 37. And then what's the other one?
Because you have 1 to flip. Oh, the negative one, yeah. And that one flips to 5,
like
right?
44 or something.
So
Yeah, I
you're
counted this as
44.
flipped. I have like 44.
And if I flip, but you could still get another one. But you'd have to flip. If you flip that one, you couldn't get this and flip it.
Right.
So I will go ahead and get this because that limits you on that. So I will
Right.
get this one for 600. 1 back. And yeah, that's what I will do.
What did you have in points?
I will have 45.
Okay, that's 1 more than I have.
And we have the north dining room.
So that changes what I will do. Nothing great out there. Don't even really go for it. If it goes, give me more. Eek. All right, so let me refresh my servants. I'll math this out. I'm getting 2 points, prestige, 3 gentlemen. Gentleman and a lady.
I think so. All right.
All right.
Are you ready, are you?
I think so. It's not
Oh,
nearly
my.
as exciting as I was hoping,
We
but
are
That's not superbly exciting.
All right, we're going to admire the blooms. All right, 3 ladies. I will use my housekeeper as a lady's maid, and this will get me 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 prestige. 1 away from max there. A casual guest and a special guest. Oh, and not -1 there. And a gentleman there. Okay. Theodore Lord Marshfield and Terence Whitlow Esquire, if you were wondering. And I might buy something, but I have $1, so I don't think I will. Okay, confirmed.
Well, however, you could spend
I could
4 reputation to wipe, just in case, to see what else you can't purchase. Final round.
Does anyone want me to do that?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Any takers?
I said good day, so I said good day.
All right.
Okay, so last round at the Cavendish's establishment, and it's a picnic in the English garden again. So I get 3 reputation because of my marble floor, my sculpture garden, and my rather nice grounds. Increases my reputation like that. And I have a bevy of guests. Oh, I should rotate my servants first so I don't get confused. Okay, so Mary Countess Coventry requires the housekeeper and a lady's maid. Albert Marquis of Thornhill requires the butler, who I can pluck with my enjoy service, but also a valet. So I'm going to have to spend 3 reputation, but it's worth it because he gets me 4 reputation back, so I make on the deal. The Honourable Regina Washburn, the artist, requires a lady's maid, and the last 2 are chosen because they don't require anybody. The footman, of course, has to attend the whole thing. So, service has been required. What do I get for it? Well, I don't get any money, so I'm not thinking of buying any buildings because I've got absolutely broke.
Me.
But for reputation, I get 4, 8, 9, 10 reputation. So that will swip me over to 8 and then over to max.
Nice.
Then I also get 2 victory point cards, which I'm sure will be pleasant.
Oh, they're positive, one way or the other.
I get to choose 2 mystery meat and pick 1 from the regular gentry. What do we get? One of them is a gossip. That's not a good sign. But the other one is pointless, and that's not a bad sign. So it's good I get those. Well, I'll just be able to dismiss 2 guests. But then I also get to take 2 prestige guests. 1 for the English garden, 1 for my artist friend.
Wow, we have powered through this.
Got a lot of prestige guests.
Yeah,
very
nice.
Learned Caroline Viscountess Abernathy and Carol Duke of Hazelton.
So there's 1 left?
Yeah.
1 left. Good luck with that. And I may dismiss 2 guests. So who have I got who's negative?
Just, that's it. We're limited.
I've got a -4. That's definitely been gone.
Same, actually.
Did I just glory to Rome you?
Glory to Rome, Martin.
Same.
No, you got to say it.
Glory to Rome.
You can say other things as well.
Yeah.
Glory to
Just
Rome,
not
Martin.
anything too bad.
It's actually glory to Rome you, because you're going to take the last one.
Wow.
So I get rid of 7 negative victory points with those by tossing out an heiress and a gossip. Bye bye.
Well, on the positive note, before we go any further here, new patron. So
yay! Hey. Celebrate, celebrate.
Yay.
Right before I
Welcome.
lose. So cheers, Dan. Welcome. Thanks.
And I put everything in my well, it doesn't matter because it's all over anyway. And that's me done. I can't afford anything because I'm completely flesh broke, but hey, I've got great connections. Look at that guest list. Look at the size of my guest list.
Yeah, you got a lot of points in those guests.
I hope so.
All right, so here we go. The stateroom, now that I am at 6, is finally getting used. It's a formal affair, requires my butler, and 6 gentry. So first off, we have Patricia. So we have a couple of family members here enjoying man, but we also have, well, actually, all of a sudden, hold on a moment.
Yeah, because you might want to change what you're...
I guess I don't need her now, so a moment. So instead, we will go here, which is going to be Louise, and then some other family members, because if you notice, we're a little short here of folks. So we have that. So now the question is, what do I do with the 6th guest? I was going to bring her in and then spend the 3 reputation because I've gained enough to be able to end up where I needed.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Yes. So the question is, what would be the most beneficial, since I could do that because I can't get the extra guests. Well, I guess the cash is king. So we'll go with Kenneth, Viscount Ashwood, as the final. So now we need to, we've invited guests, we need to provide service. So the only ones that need service are here. And then we'll go back 3. 1, 2, 3, but that's temporary, so hold up. There. So 1, 2, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and ooh. Never mind. So let's go back 1, 2, 3. I thought it was only 2, I guess I miscounted. So we will use a family member instead. Well, it's not risky. It could be worth points, and it's free. So that'll work. Here we go. Okay, so as I was saying, we get 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's the 8th right there. No, that's 8. Never mind. So 5, 6, 7, and 8 there. Now we can spend the 3. No big deal. Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it as is. So, done. Here, we get the last one. Who is it? It is Lady Alexandra Suffolk. It is. She has 4 victory points is what matters. You are correct. So,
you're objectifying her.
Oh yeah, we're into objectification in Derbyshire.
You're reading her 4 points.
So that's going to be another.
This gives you a whole idea. Sir, how many victory points do you reckon she is?
That's funny. So that card's done. Done.
More true than we like to think, actually.
Not done and not done. So I'm going to choose this one first before I decide which direction we're going to use.
Maybe you need to discard, yeah.
And we should use
that CAD
to discard the CAD.
Yeah, the bottom of the barrel, I think, in that
Right.
card pile there.
And for purchasing, we elect to not because of that card. So done. That's it. Here we go.
All right.
Game over. And the penultimate action. Wes Rex. Whew.
All right, so this comes over.
Ultimate action. Oh, penultimate in the game. Yeah.
That doesn't super help me, but I'm going to take a reputation.
From me?
Yeah, might as well. You're still...
Are you sure?
Yeah, 1 off of... Oh, wait, that pulls you down off max? Martin, why would you do such things?
I have no choice, so I was only able to just get there.
Yep, brutal.
I mean, Chris
I'll be
is
right back.
just going to get it after, so... Oh, that's terrible. I don't even want to do that.
You just did.
I
Choose not
None of
to,
this, I
probably.
didn't want to do that.
I was like... Martin.
This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you.
All right, well, that's my max. All right, so I have a choice here. I'm playing... Oh, so first I have to refresh a servant because I need my butler down here. So to refresh one servant, that takes me back 3, which is fine. So that brings him down and makes him available. And guess what that gives me? Oh, look, 3. So that's fine. So that worked out well. And now I have a choice. My footmen act as valet, so I'm not worried about that. Oh, I don't have 2 housekeepers there. I'd have to, well, that's fine. Oh no, I'm only using 3 of these.
Well,
So there are no
you can make it.
prestige guests left. I'm nervous about using her to get one of these, but she does give me 300 points. I have that same one, but I would still be costing myself 300 points, which is a point. So I kind of want that 9 added to this to give me 6 points. But that could cost me all of it.
I'm hoping for 2 things here. You
I
take the
stop
gamble
it.
and you get a really bad card.
I know you are. I know.
I have no mercy for you, madam.
Sorry, you left yourself over. Don't
Did
ever
I
do
miss one up here?
I'm waiting for it.
It's brewing.
So I can't use both of these
considering
anyway.
this
So
right here.
clearly I'm going to use
Absolutely.
this.
But, you know, it was a...
So I can't actually use her.
I did see it coming.
So there was no choice, Martin, because I cannot use her. Well, I could go down.
You're going to get tons of more reputation. Go down again.
No, I'm only going to get 2.
You can get 3 for the drawing room.
I already gave myself the 3 for
you
the
did.
drawing room. Yeah, so I'm going to go, I could go down. No, I'm not going to chance it. So I'm not going to use her. I'm going to use these guys. And I don't get anything for him, but that's fine. So I don't need to use her. So that's going to be my move. And then I may drop some reputation. So I get this 2 reputation. So I'm going to drop some for money. That's 6, 7, 10. I would really like, yeah, I'll get 200. So I'll go 1, 2, 1, 2, and get 200 because that's a point. And then I'll take this turn, which is get myself 2 reputation and $700. I think that worked out. 6, 12.
You're even now.
So I still get the 12. And none of these are worth it. So that's not happening.
Yeah, sad.
So those guys are spent.
Sad builder's market.
Right? And really exciting there. And this flips, which is what I needed.
Done? All right, final turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Reminder, max.
You've done it.
I've made it to max. 1.
See, you could have stopped him.
Nah, because he has more. He has cards he could play.
Yeah,
So he was going to mitigate for it no matter what.
I would love to get there and refresh the market.
And you have a lot of cards in your hand, Martin.
He
So
has plenty of guests.
I know he's going to make up for it just
All right, we're
fine.
gonna go to the billiards room with my butler, and with 3 gentlemen, 1, a 2. Yeah, I'm picking ones that don't have make me pick guests because I feel like they're negative guests at this point. 3. That'll be 800, basically for the points. Oh, well, why don't I pick instead of him? This one, that'll give me extra 100. Because he gives me a guest. What do you think?
That's nuts.
Good
Yeah,
news.
yeah, I know. That's crazy.
We
to me,
learned
right?
well.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
did.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to gamble on that guest. I'm picking a non-guest guy.
Just-
Give myself down 100. Just see what it is.
Do you want to show the audience?
Show us all because we didn't pick. We
But
can see
I'm not
it.
picking it.
He's not
it's
doing
all,
it.
It's all
so.
over.
See, we did the right thing. Both you and I did the
We
right
We
thing.
felt it.
Yes. Now, if I had done it and then you had done it, still the right thing.
whoa,
we
yeah.
did all. We did the
I
right
think
thing.
I saw he was doing this. Taking money, got my $800, and
But Martin would have been very happy.
Look,
If
my
I
I would have been very happy. I would have been quite delighted. I would have been well chuffed.
that's the
Always
game.
protect yourself when
So
the
final
rumor mill
courtship?
is.
All right. Yeah. So where
I
are
couldn't
you
do
guys
anything
with
to
final
protect myself.
courtship? So you add up the tally of all of those. So for instance, on mine, which is comical, but we're looking at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21 total, which is a far into final score, or final courtship, then final scoring.
Well, it's less comical than mine.
Did you have 45?
Yeah.
15
I
or
have
something.
44.
Yay!
So Jay Westrix gets
Yeah,
it.
Hooray
VP
from
card,
that.
please, and I'll keep.
Oh, you already have the one.
I
in
have
there.
one,
Right,
so I'll just
so
take the VP,
VP
card.
card.
Oh, gotcha. There you go.
Okay, so we go into final scoring. So
That
here
was
we go.
close.
So final scoring, we have Jay
do you have
Westrix, Chris, Martin, and great teacher, not just good teacher.
You're that confident. in
Yeah,
your final
oh,
score.
completely confident. All right, so improvement tiles. Baseline, I have 27 points in to give you guys concept. So go for it. What do you got?
Just the overall.
Yep, tiles.
So I have 7,
Out loud, go ahead.
12 in sporting,
Okay,
plus 18
That's
is
30.
30, plus
36.
6, plus 3, 39, 39.
39.
It's this counting
Oops, sorry.
twice. That
Improvement tile, 39. All right, Chris, what do you got?
Let's see. 2 plus 7 is 9. Plus 5 is 14. Plus another 4 is 18. 20, 29. Plus 6 is 35. Plus a 10, 45.
45.
That's your total too? That's funny.
I had 44.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're
And
close.
Martin?
38.
38. I mentioned 27. Great teacher. All right, Gentry. So total net of your hand of cards, of all your folks.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot.
Add those as well.
What did I say my cards were? 39, yeah.
Go ahead.
27.
Okay.
Nearly as much
Martin?
as Martin.
53.
Nicely done.
Yep.
Yeah, those were a lot over there. So 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, plus 15 is 31, 36.
All right, so subtotals. J-Rex with 75. Chris with 72. Martin with 91. And me showing a good baseline at 64. Objective victory points. So real quick, since I've already gotten mine. So 6 points because I needed 2 valets and 2 ladies' maids required. An English garden, which I used well. 10 victory points as long as I had 12 or more. And one of the last ones that I did was the main library and the North Library, which I had both. And the one that I had in my hand, because I could never use the main library, was the flower room, which never came up after I drew it and that. So that was a total of 33 points. Martin, go for it.
We'll only be scoring 4 of these.
You're only scoring
Yeah.
4. I could have scored a 5th if I had qualified for it. Okay.
Well, it's easy for me to discard because those 4 objective tiles are all no good. I got the breakfast room but not the north dining room. I got the fenced paddock, riding stables but not kennels. I did not finish the game with only my starting servants, and I did not finish the game with 10 or more servants. So that's a complete wash. However, this objective card, 30 victory points because it's 1 VP for every 2 guests, and I have a lot of guests.
How many?
30.
So you have 60 guests? Wow. Okay, 30 for Martin.
Or do you have 30 guests?
Okay.
Hang on, no,
Right?
I've got
It's
it.
guests minus family, right?
No, I've got it. Oh, yes, that's true. And I'm sorry, I was miscounted. I don't
All
have
right.
the... Now,
You-
forget that.
We will come back.
It's
Chris.
impressive. All right. 7 for
I got that
maxing
wrong.
out on my reputation. 1 for each basic servant, 1 extra for the servant. So 1,
Those
2,
two
3,
good
4,
were
5,
true.
6. That brings me to 13. 6 points for requiring 3 valets, so that's 19. And then 16 for getting those 3 tiles, the conservatory, flower room, and music room.
35 for Chris. J-Rex.
All right, I'm getting rid of this because I never got any monuments. And then I have 12 VP for getting the library and a conservatory. 1 for each of the essentials, which I got back after discarding it. So 2 more.
14.
1 for each of my sporting tiles, so 18. And 6 for having 3 of those.
So 24. All right, and Martin,
Okay.
finally.
Yes, I did miscount. I thought
No
that card
worries.
was a bit overly powerful. 13.
All right, 13 points total.
Yeah, still not too bad.
All right. So reputation. So the number here. So me, I'm at 7. The baseline is, for me, 28 at 7. So okay, Jess.
Maxed.
Everyone, nope. Martin
Chris
is
is
at
maxed.
36.
Almost maxed. Just 1 point short of
Sorry,
max.
not sorry.
45 for the others. All right, so we're at 14, 1. So just to be clear, before going to these, Jess is 8 points behind me. So we're and Chris is 2 points behind her at 142, and Martin, we got 49, 50. I believe 2 points behind, right? 1, 10, yeah. So it is coming into this, Jess at 144, 142, 140, 125. Good teacher. All right, 2 points per servant. Jess.
2, 4, oh, wait a minute.
Yes,
All of them? 2,
yes.
4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18. I think that's everybody, right?
I have 8 to 16.
16.
Martin,
7 for 14, slipping further behind.
how much money do you have? You get a point per $2. Jess is
I
at
have 12,
12,
so
so
six.
6 points.
4 points for Chris.
None at all for me.
All right, so she's at 150, 168 so far for Jess. What is that? That is 10, 12, 162 for Chris, and Martin so far 154. And courtship and victory point cards.
Where Jess takes it.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't pull
No,
very
they
good
still
ones.
can't see that.
Oh, sorry. I'll put them up here. 8, 11.
11 for Jess for a total of 179.
Only 3 for Chris.
3 at 165.
12 for me.
Martin at 12 for 166. So J. West Rex wins at 179 as is normal. Martin at 166 squeaked it out there at the end. Chris at 165, and as promised, yours truly bringing up the rear, hashtag good teacher, at 152. All right, so
right.
well done, Jess, but I expect that at this point. Start on that side of the table. So there you go. Here.
Let's take. Yeah. A couple things could have changed. And
Hey, I helped a little
right?
bit at the end
Yeah.
there.
Was I
Yeah,
9
that's
points
it.
off the win?
No, you weren't. I was still first. I didn't
You're
change
13 points.
You
I was
didn't,
14.
you didn't manage
win
to
order.
flip
No,
that much.
I didn't
Oh,
switch
well,
it.
I would have been 174.
That would have
So-
been a glory to Rome, I think. But I did not. I actually feel better about it because I would have been
Oh,
like,
because you would have clearly been in second then.
He's still in second,
You're
though.
still in second, but
Yeah.
you
It
wouldn't
was
have
a squeak
Yeah.
as opposed to
Okay,
a clear
all right.
place.
I tried to help Chris out, but
All right, so start, Martin.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the game?
Yeah. Well, I quite enjoyed it the first time round. I felt it dragged a bit towards the end, particularly because I really lost track in the midway because I wasn't getting the prestige guest, which I certainly make up on this time round.
Yeah,
Look at this deck.
yeah, seriously.
I had a lot of fun with it. I think it's got a nice blend of mechanics. I was thinking about it sort of over the last couple of days about what I was thought about it mechanically. The blend between the cards and the tiles, there's something about that combo of the way you get things. It doesn't strike me as anything quite like I've come across before, and you might have come across with more game experience than I have. But it seemed to work really well. It was a nice, pleasant mechanic. The theme is fun and does play into the game. I feel this definitely matches
Oh, absolutely,
the theme.
yes. And I think the theme adds to the game because there's not a lot of
Right.
this type of game. Like there are some that are a little bit more whimsical. This is a little bit more, this is really what we're trying to
Yeah.
do, right?
Yeah, I think, since Monday I've been thinking, where does this game fit in the realm of games and trying to think of what it is. And I think what this is a great theme that has like a a great game built around it, right? We have mechanism, we have this builder's row, which you've seen in some other games, and some hand management, some resource management, like your people there, some tableau building, and it's like all these different things that come together and make a game somehow, and it's like you can't fit it in a category. It's very interesting how I think in this case the game mechanism served the theme. Maybe instead of the theme pasted on top of some
I agree, and it all flows really well. It works really, really well. The expert variant in this, I think, for our audience is mandatory. I think you there's no reason to ever play without it, because while this cuts down on a fair bit of the randomness in this, there's still, it's right at the cusp on how much I'm willing to tolerate on a game. I mean, the stream was 4 hours, but realistically, without the teach, if we were to sit down and play, this is 2 hours, probably, realistically.
We also chose the longer version.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we would play it in 2 hours, and for the amount of randomness that's in this game, that is, we're at my threshold. If it were one step further, if the expert variant wasn't here, I wouldn't pay this game any mind whatsoever, because discarding objective cards when you have no direction seems arbitrary to me, and I'm not a fan of this without the expert variant, but with, I actually really enjoy this game.
So I've played it a lot now, I think 5 times, and the first time I played it was not with that expert variant. In fact, I've only played it twice with the expert variant. My score has remained the same pretty consistently. So even without playing with the expert variant, I feel like there are so many options that you have. You do not need to score based on the objective cards. So if you make mistakes with the objective cards, there's plenty of other places you can go for points. So I do not find that swinginess to be a focus for me, or that randomness, because you can mitigate the randomness. That said, I can see where people would feel like, oh, I didn't get what I wanted or this, but if you realize that you really don't have to focus on the things that employ randomness and go for the other options for scoring points, I don't find it that swingy. But I do prefer the expert variant. I agree with you on that. I liked not having those really high VP cards come out. So limiting those to
8 points instead of
5
5 at max.
Yeah, limiting those to max 5, I think did help. Because that could sway it. Like I said, in my plays, I didn't see that, but it could. And the objective cards, it was more interesting to have those, and it made me go after them more. In my first few games, I just didn't go for them because I knew that was too swingy to
And
go
you
for
said
points.
your scores stayed the same, so you've played the extended game in every game?
No, actually, I played once, not the extended game, so that one my score did come down, but I was still in 160 range. But, so, again, knowing I wasn't going to have as much time, I kind of went for some easier points, and we had a lot of monument tiles come out in that game, so that bumped points at the end of the game. So it can be a little swingy in that, but everybody's having that same opportunity because those monument tiles are coming out. Everybody has an option to get them. It can, depending on your player order,
yeah, I
get
would
a
disagree
little tight on that because there's 5
because the timing, it could be like Martin at the very first round. There were cards out there that he wanted, or there could have been tiles out there that he wanted that he just never saw.
Yes, but if that consistently is happening to you and you're seeing them first, you've just spent a whole lot of money on a monument tile. So it's unlikely you're going to always randomly have this, $1,000 sitting there. It could happen, but I think a lot of that randomness is mitigated for me. I see ways around it and things that I've done. But I like it. I definitely like playing the longer version, and I do like the expert variant on it. Yeah.
How about
really
that
enjoy the
side?
game.
Two things, about the randomness. I think I'm right with you. It's like right there. Like it's a good amount of randomness. I think one thing, it serves the theme, right? Oh yeah, this American heiress, whatever, right? Your estates go up and down in prestige and whatever. Right? It goes to the game.
Totally.
I don't think it ruins the game. And sitting here thinking about, I was 13 points behind, but I'm thinking about I could have made 1 or 2 different decisions to have won the game. Rather than if I had a lucky flop, or if I didn't accidentally draw this card, I could have won the game. Right. So I think that's where I am. I think there's enough you can do. If you get a lot of prestige, you can wipe the row there or whatever.
A lot of times, the draws, you're choosing the random draw.
Right.
Like you don't have to add the casual guests. They're casual. You understand that there's a fair bit of negative in that. So if you choose to play the card that draws them, you welcome that randomness into
Yeah, it's
your
press your luck
world.
there.
So
Having,
yeah.
having said that, though, I mean, I felt, if anything, this was more randomness than I liked for this length of game. But with the caution that having only played twice, I might change my mind once things flowed a bit quicker and the thing went fast. I think it was too long a game as we played it. But as you say, it's a stream, so that tends to lengthen things.
Oh, by a solid hour. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
So I feel I would need to play it a couple more times to get a feel as to whether there is a bit too much randomness. I mean,
Right.
but you're right, it's really on that, where's the acceptability. And the problem with putting out the cards, which does reduce the randomness, but it does give a significant first player advantage. I certainly felt it. That, oh, there were some good cards there.
The
That
card
was
that just
nowhere
took at
near
the
gonna
beginning
get
is
to
very
me.
good.
So
Yeah.
it actually swapped one form of randomness for another in the turn order
Turn order,
position.
yeah.
I don't know how big a factor that was. I'm certainly not saying it was crucial because there's a lot that happened since, but
Right.
it kind of at the opening.
Interesting. Yeah.
Another thing that struck me about this game is there's no obvious single mechanic that I can point to and say, oh, that's a really cool mechanic. But the way they blend together is
Yes.
really nice.
Yeah,
it's kind of like
Yeah.
taking a lot of very standard mechanics, but as really blending them into a really nice combination
Yeah.
of the dish.
I
And
always
like
say,
that.
I always say if a game should do one of two things. It either better bring something new to the table that's really interesting, one really good mechanism that, wow, that's really awesome. Or it better do a very, very good job of either meshing or blending mechanisms or making it in such a new way that it feels fresh and exciting. And I think this does an excellent job of blending those mechanisms because the rules teach, I think, was 30, 40 minutes, somewhere in that range, you know,
Yeah.
at the normal pacing that I do. And there's a fair bit, but the order, everything is intuitive. Everything
is.
makes sense. The way the rounds work out, you understand what's coming up. It's all out there, and it's. I don't know that we had to look. The only thing that we ever really had to look up rules-wise was the prestige order of new
Right.
tiles, and even that
I think
is
that could be
minimal.
mitigated a little bit, and that's a suggestion for Dan. Is these are ordered here, so you still have yours out.
Oh.
If you want to show it. So
Yeah.
the estate improvements are ordered. I wish that those colors were in the same order
as
as the
prestige, right.
hierarchy
Right.
for the builder's market.
Exactly.
If it was,
Agreed.
it'd
Yeah.
be very easy to look and
Yes.
say,
Oh,
okay, so this, then this,
Yeah.
in color order. So that's just a simple little
Graphic
thing
design
that I think
thing,
would
yeah.
help. But I also wanted to touch on, there's a little bit of take that in this game. And in my plays of this, there were definitely a few players playing that didn't like that. My thought is you actually could remove it because it's just a few of the guests and that rumor mill that you did not like there at the end. So that's actually an option to remove the take that in the game if that's something your game group doesn't like. You could easily pull those
Or
out.
just get thicker skin.
I like
But,
it,
yeah,
but
that's-
you
that's
may
not
not.
that
bad.
No,
No, it's
it's not
Pretty
that. It's
obvious
pretty minimal.
choices you're making with the take that.
But
a
again,
little
with the
bit, but,
randomness,
yeah.
only this came out. I guess a couple cards came out. So if you just didn't like that
Yeah.
ability
Yeah.
for maybe some players and not others to have take that, you could pull it.
Yeah.
I mean, some people definitely. I mean, my wife doesn't like attack cards at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Be
and that-
easy enough to remove them.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think that's and then they kind of feel a little bit arbitrary in many ways.
To theme, like this is the rumor mill
But
and
it fits
some of
the theme.
those.
It
So it
fits the
did fit
theme.
the theme, but yeah,
Right.
you could easily
But it's a
pull it
good
out.
point that they are quite well removable.
And one thing that Dan had said is he originally, when he told me about the expert variant in this and suggested that we take a look at it for the stream, said that he originally designed this to be more of a gateway game.
Right.
And so the tying the mechanisms in with the theme was arguably a more important idea than, it just feels a bit arbitrary. Casual gamers probably wouldn't
Yeah.
mind that one way
Right.
or the other. But yeah, overall, I think it's really well done, and I would like to play it some more.
Right.
Something else I'll throw in, I've been thinking about sort of how do I compare it with other games that I know, and one that's sort of plumbing into my mind at the moment is viticulture. You've got a strong theme that makes the game quite approachable. I feel I could put this out in a similar kind of situation.
Yeah.
It's on the longer side, like viticulture is,
Yep.
but not so long as to be a problem.
Similar graphic design.
And there is,
It actually is.
yep. And you've also got randomness that's going to be too much for some people, but
Yes.
not too much, particularly with that slightly more casual
good
kind
comparison.
of audience.
Yeah,
So
I would say weight-wise and like kind of feel would be, but I feel like this is a step up from viticulture as far as weight goes. But I could see what you're getting at. But the games don't have mechanisms in common. But I could that makes sense. I could make that analogy. I think
Something around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I wanted to go back to the point about the teach and everything, and I think it's been kind of touched on a little bit, that I think it's a good bridge sort of game you could play with an occasional gamer, someone that wants to learn about a little bit heavier board games or something that you too can, as a heavy gamer, could enjoy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, exactly, and
Right.
it straddles that line,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
To where heavy gamers or more seasoned gamers could enjoy it, but also bring somebody who wants a stepping
I think
stone.
those are really
Think of
important.
it as a stepping stone game. I think that's
I'm
that's
always
a fair
looking for
thing.
those in my collection, so when friends come over that aren't good gamers, I have those.
That makes
To
sense.
bring
Well,
them
this
into
is
it.
one
Yeah,
of
and it
those, I think.
teaches a lot of the early mechanisms well, so people can get familiar with
Yeah.
it to move
We
on
have
to
like
other
4
games.
different games covered.
And all the expansions that he already has planned
Right.
and are out there. We played with the Wessex expansion, which I had, which adds another family but not another player, so it's still a 4-player
Right, to where
game.
and somebody had mentioned what the other family was that's removed from the game.
Yes.
It just adds it, right?
Yep, exactly. So it takes the place of that in a 4-player game. Has a solo variant, which I think is interesting. I haven't played that player count, but that's awesome.
And Jess is the only one that's played it with the shorter version or the standard version, but and I think you agree with what Board Gamer Mom said.
agree
that
with Board Gamer Mom, yeah.
It was fine, however, it felt like it needed more time to get going.
I wanted that extra time. However, if I needed something that was going to be 90 minutes with 4 players, I would totally play that. It wasn't, you just had to plan accordingly and know that you didn't have those extra rounds to really ramp up. But I went less for objective cards. I think that was the only impact I felt on it.
And Dan said it takes about an extra 10 minutes per player
Yeah,
total. So
that
take that for
seems
what
right.
it's worth.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
There you go. I don't want to play chess against Bobby Fischer, the comment that led to the design from a casual gamer. Well, there you go. All right,
Yeah.
and that's from Dan, right? Cool. Well, there you go. That is Obsession. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Like and subscribe down below. It really helps. Also, what really helps, pledgehc.com. Head over there to support the show. And if you don't want to go that route, tell a friend about Heavy Cardboard. Spread the word about the show. That's the biggest thing that you guys can do outside of going over to pledgehc.com.
you can do that with the contest too.
Yeah, and don't
Tweet
forget about
at
the
Heavy
contest.
Cardboard, right?
There you go. Yeah. So there you go. So
Tweet at Heavy
tweet or
Cardboard.
email.
Or email contact.
Entries. You got a week. Thanks again for Dan for providing the providing the giveaway, but also quick shout out to MaggieBot. Marguerite, thank you. This is actually her copy of the game. We didn't have the game. We saw her a few weeks ago. I said, hey, can I borrow that? Because I wanted to play it and show the game off. So thanks, MaggieBot, for that. That said, we'll be back Saturday with Shogun. Check out the episode, which if it hasn't dropped, it's dropping right after I'm done with this. Our very in-depth review, arguably our most in-depth review in history, Great Western Trail,
Yes.
as well as the expansion. So again, thanks everybody. I'm Edward.
I'm Jess.
I'm Chris.
And I'm Martin.
All right, you guys take care. We'll see you in about 36 hours or so. Take care, y'all.